About 5 minutes. Got the AC going on.
They were a special request, given the emails and the phone calls.
It's so nice to see so many people here this evening. Good evening. Time being 7 o'clock, I call the May 24th, 2023 meeting of the Franklin Town Council to order. I now ask that we pause for a moment of silence in memory of Nicholas Gaspar, the Gaspar family, and the entire Franklin community for this incredibly tragic loss. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Announcements from the chair. All citizens are now welcome to attend public board and committee meetings in person. Meetings are live streamed by Franklin TV and shown on Comcast Channel 11 and Verizon Channel 29. In an effort to maximize citizen engagement opportunities, citizens will be able to continue to participate remotely via phone, or you may click the Zoom link that is on the posted agenda and on the town's website. The phone number is 929-205-6099, and the meeting ID is 872-3299-5808, and then you need to hit the pound sign. So once again, the meeting ID is 872-3299-5808 pound. If residents are just interested in watching the meeting, it will also be live streamed by Franklin TV. Citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda. Since it's a public hearing on the budget, pretty much everything's on the agenda. The council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizens' comments. The town council will give remarks appropriate consideration and may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Seeing no one, is there anyone out there in Zoom land that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? I'm not seeing anyone. Are you, Jamie? Okay. Seeing no one out in Zoom land on the looking to speak during citizens' comments, we will move on. Tonight is the first of 2 public hearings on the FY24 Town of Franklin budget. And at this point, I would declare the first public hearing on the FY24 Town of Franklin budget open. Jamie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we begin this year's budget process, it is no secret that the finances of the Franklin Public School District are a major concern. I understand that some of the language that I used in my budget narrative was strong and that some were offended at certain times. It was never my intent and was not my intention to offend anyone. I apologize to those who felt my characterization was strong or overly negative. It was, however, my intention to be transparent with the public and state my concerns of the fiscal condition of the public schools. It is also my job to present the issues and the potential risks facing the town. Statements I make may not always be popular, but I assure you they will always be forthright, as you will see in the upcoming slideshow. Regardless of how it is phrased, the reality is that we need to address the escalating school budget costs and recognize external factors that impact the sustainability, I think that's a word everyone's going to hear a lot this week, of the town budget, not just for the school department, but for all of the departments. As I have been for the last 8 years employed in the town of Franklin, and today starts my 5th year as town administrator, I remain committed to solving the myriad of problems facing the community. Anyone who has worked with me, I think, knows I always have an open mind, an open door, and have worked collaboratively with every stakeholder in the community to solve the issues that people are having in this town. I remain steadfast that we move forward as one team, one family, and one community, and I'm absolutely committed to working with the school department to fix the structural deficit that is occurring. I am proud of the strong working relationships that I have developed with Superintendent Gagir, as well as all previous superintendents, school leadership, the entire school staff, and especially the school committee, both past, present, and future. We have all had excellent working relationships for many, many years, and have solved an incredible amount of community-wide problems and initiatives when working together. I fully expect all of us to turn a page this summer and move forward after the budget hearing. And now I'm going to go through a short slideshow, Mr. Chairman, that I presented also with the Finance Committee to ensure we are all on the same page. And working with Chair Mercer, while some of these slides have been seen by folks either watching on YouTube or tuning into the meetings, given the amount of issues that we're all facing and all the comments that we're hearing about in the community, I do think and we both thought it was incredibly important to make sure that as we get through this year's budget hearing, everybody sees the same information and is working through this budget hearing on the same page. Thank you. Okay, so for everybody watching at home, my usual plug is to go to franklinma.gov, go to the town budget page right there, linked up. And anybody that's watching at home on TV or YouTube or streaming it, just go to that link. You can follow along with all the budget documents, and I'll be making some sample information up here. This is not at all the totality of what's in the documents. There's a lot of charts, a lot of data, a lot of narrative. I know we're all struggling for time these days, and we're all overextended. But for those out there that are interested in working together in the future and tonight and this week, I implore everybody to go to the site and spend at least some time going through the budget narrative as well as the budget. It's keyword searchable. You can scroll through it and just pluck through it so folks have as much information as possible. So it's important to start any budget discussion with revenues. So I'm going to go through about 4 or 5 slides, and I'm going to straight up do as best I can. People have asked me all the time, can you just give me the Cliff Notes? On a $150 million a year budget, it's really hard to do Cliff Notes, but I am continually trying to repackage information so hopefully people can gather what they need. So if folks go to the first page of the actual budget and the voting document, what they're going to see is what's called a revenue and control sheet. And I'm going to walk through it as quickly as I can. So the tax levy right up here is essentially your main revenue source. That is based on your property taxes in the community. You can see the prior year levy limit. We have 22, 23, and proposed 24 up here, but you can go back on the website and look back even further. And it's really simple math. You just do 2.5%. This is what most people know of as the infamous Proposition 2.5 law that was passed in the early 80s.
Can I just interrupt you for 1
Sure.
second, Jamie? I can see there's a bunch of people waiting to get in on Zoom.
Yep.
Thank you. I know you got
Yep.
15 things
Yep.
going over there.
Actually, I didn't
so-
see it because the thing is there's so many people on Zoom.
Okay.
So every year, the finance director and our staff basically plug in 2.5%. That ultimately is your structural revenue source for the community. Everyone. The whole community, schools in town, whatever way people want to describe, that's your revenue source. The second part of the tax levy is what's called new growth. And new growth are property value increases captured mid-year from construction, home renovations, home improvements. This captures both residential and commercial value. This is done by our illustrious elected Board of Assessors and our incredible assessing staff. And what we do each year is we do, as the town has done for decades, it's a smart policy across the board in many communities, we do a 10-year average of new growth numbers. And so as you can see, even the 2.5% going up in 1 year is actually not the full story. Over the last 10 years, and based on recent trends after the pandemic, the new growth numbers are starting to decline. Why is that? Because there's more risk in the marketplace, interest rates are higher, and there's fewer and fewer people, mostly residents by the way, going out and taking out loans or something like that, or putting big home additions onto their properties. It's still happening, but we're starting to see that decline, and we're also starting to see housing development kind of dry up a little bit, as well as commercial industrial. So we expect this number to continue to potentially decline in future years. But for right now, the new growth numbers were so strong a few years ago, that number's higher. But really, it's still a revenue loss that we project of almost $30,000. So just when you do the 2.5%, you're now really down to about 2.45%. And that's circled right here, okay? So that really is the tax levy in a nutshell. Debt exclusions is your next piece. These were all ballot initiative votes by the taxpayers over the last, say, 20 years. And you can see the items on here on the list. And what folks will notice is over here in the right column, they'll see parentheses. That means that that debt is now sunsetting off the books. So while no one will ever see a tax break before the tax rate is set in December of every year, the Board of Assessors and the finance staff have taken into consideration the fact that some of these taxes have actually sunset from votes taken 20 plus years ago on the debt and interest of those buildings. And so as a finance team, you can't blow that off. That still ends up being, and I can't see it because I focused on the final number here, but you'll see 120,000 in taxes essentially is coming off the tax levy, leaving a general net of $3.3 million. So you see a $150,000 levy decline in revenue over FY23. I hope everybody understands it. I understand that some of these things are a little complicated, but that's about as simple as I can break it out. And so ultimately what you have here in this circle is essentially the available revenue. And I'm doing this, it's not 100% dollar for dollar perfect, but essentially that's the available revenue every year, roughly. Next year, you'll see those numbers likely come down a little bit more as those projects to the left sunset off in the next couple of years. So again, I know people don't see it. Just for the folks out there that think costs always increase, when people vote for these projects, after 20 years, you don't feel it and you don't see it. But the tax actually does come off the books. The second major category of revenue that the town gets is called local receipts. And I'm going to bypass this section down here of other available funds and transfers. These are one-time revenues that come in off our enterprise funds, which we'll hear about later from Brutus. But if you were to transfer, like in 2019, where the council decided to take the budget stabilization account or other stabilization accounts, you put this in there. And as you can see, there have been no one-time resources. But if there was a one-time allocation, it would go in here. So I don't want people to focus on this one because there's really nothing to actually see on that revenue piece. But really, the one up top is the local receipts. And local receipts go. That's where all the alcohol licensing fees go, ambulance receipts. There's a whole chart in the entire budget narrative that I pointed out earlier that folks can go look at. There's a 20-year history of these revenues. I won't pour into them now because it's a lot of information. But if folks want to go look them up in the budget narrative, you can see all of our assumptions right there for meals tax and all the other stuff. Now, less than half of those receipts are also motor vehicle excise tax. And we also have in there the hotel tax, the cannabis excise fee, and the meals tax. These receipts fluctuate year to year. 4 years ago, all of you on the council and that were involved recognized that when we made substantial cuts during the pandemic, Why did we lose 25% of our revenue? This was it right here. Why? Because there weren't as many. Right. Well, the hotel was a big one. You're right, Councilor Ducal. But in general, building fees were still continuing on. Gus and our inspectors did more than other communities, but we still saw a huge drop in revenue, which was exactly why the federal stimulus bills came out. The one difference that Franklin did not do, that the city of Boston and many other municipalities are going to face in the next year, the council and the community did not plug the operating budget gap with one-time revenues. If you read about the city of Boston, they got $560 million in ARPA money. There was an article about a month ago saying the city is already preparing a year and a half from now, when that revenue dries up, revenues. This is a plus. We were not balancing our budget in the town of Franklin on one-time revenue. We are not going to face the same situation in 2 years that a lot of other towns are going to face. This is something that is a big positive. But for local receipts, you can see from last year, we are estimating a $2 million increase because we are seeing such a high demand in services. Like ambulance receipts, you'll hear from the fire chief later, about the record-breaking calls, you'll hear from Ryan Jetty later, for example, just a couple examples for the record-breaking amount of money that he's bringing in. Well, those resources still need to point out that none of this revenue are generated by any actions in the school department, with the exception of certain Medicaid reimbursements, which are on types of fees, like athletic fees, transportation fees, all of that stuff. We'll hear, I know the presentation has been sent out from the superintendent from last week, and they have in there, the school business administrator will present all the revolving accounts. That's kind of similar. There's a couple of nuanced differences. The final revenue source in the third bucket is state aid. I think all of you on the council, many of you in the community have all been aware of the dynamics of state aid. And I don't want to bore everybody with a long lecture about state aid. The reality is we are not getting any more. This is just a perfect storm of the growth in the 90s and 2000s with the change in the Chapter 70 formula in 2006 and the Student Opportunity Act. Our legislative delegation did the best they could to try to do the best they could for Franklin. Where was that? That was in special education reimbursement and charter school reimbursements. These have all been on House or Senate or governor added more Chapter 70 money. And we go, wow, that's $60 per pupil or whatever number they come up with. The MMA puts out something, wow, this is a big victory. Mass Association of School Committees puts out a big announcement. It is a big victory. It's a huge victory. I worked in the State House for years, on the Education Committee for 6 years. That's a huge win, policy-wise. But the demographics, the affluence, the formula of the community, combined with the growth rate declining in the community, has resulted in Franklin leveling off. The Student Opportunity Act was not designed to help communities like ours. They were designed to help underperforming school districts throughout the state. But you can't just look at the top and say, wow, we're going to get more money, because we don't. There's a whole nother section on assessments and votes. And I highlighted one. But this comment on the fact that another 24 students roughly a year are going from the public school district to the charter school, and therefore the assessment is going to be higher. And as you can see here with 412,793, we're now actually paying out more money to the charter school than Chapter 78 coming in. And ultimately, state aid is not just about Chapter 70. State aid is about dozens of formulas all throughout here in different categories, and it amounts to what's over here called a cherry sheet. If folks at home just Google Massachusetts cherry sheets, you will be given more information than you could ever imagine. You can go look at them, dive into the Excel spreadsheets, you can do whatever you want. You will see the historical numbers there. They go back like 30 years. The cherry sheet is what every municipality uses as your baseline budget for state aid. Council tonight includes Governor Healy's House 1 budget, which was a net loss in local aid. People have to understand that, a net loss. We know the House and Senate have already voted, well, the Senate's voting or dealing with their budget right now, literally. The House increased their number, and I do expect another 200 to 250,000 or so in state aid. We'll get to that later in the slideshow. But those are your three major buckets of revenue sources for the community. The school department keeps their funds. That's separate. Folks can ask them later about their questions. But for the time being, for this budget before the council, this is how the town always uses its revenue formulas. This is just a slide up here to show the breakdown in percentage of budgets across the major categories. Again, for the folks at home that want to learn more, there's lots of charts in there like this. And you can see, and I made a couple notations. The general government line item has gone up almost a full percent, mainly because of the inflation-related expenses, which we'll go through in a minute. The public safety department, I just wanted to note, does include also regional dispatch as well as the building and inspections departments. It's not just police and fire. There's a lot more in there, animal control. And then in the education line item, that does include the assessment to Tri-County as well as the Norfolk Agricultural School. What it does not include is approximately 17 million in additional costs that are on the kind of quote unquote municipal budget that actually go to school costs. We'll go through that again in a minute. Just a cheap plug for the website one more time, another pie chart. People can find tons of cool charts in there, and demographics information and all sorts of other stuff. Just want to give a sample. This again is a sample when we're talking about, and we'll see this with the municipal budgets. This is a slide from the superintendent's presentation at the finance committee. But just for those that are watching at home, I felt it was important to put up here because to me, and I think everyone needs to understand this, out of the school budget of the proposed budget of 73 million, 71 is actually in the town administrator's budget. 78% of their budget is salaries. So when we talk about cost drivers for the schools, the biggest cost driver is salaries. The second biggest cost driver is directly linked to salaries, which is employee health benefits and Medicare costs, 9.5%. So you're looking at a school budget, you're at about 88% of the school budget is salaries and employee benefits that deal with employment. People, I've gotten so many questions about this recently. So I just put up here some of the examples to make this presentation shorter. These are examples. These are not all of the fixed costs. You heard this from Mr. Nutting for years. I know you did, because I heard it from Mr. Nutting for years, and we've heard about it from every town manager for years. Our concern always in a whole budget, when we look at the whole, are fixed costs. I hope most families do this too. Right out of the gate, some of the highlights. 582,000, right out of that 3.3 million, approximately. Not dollar for dollar, but I'm just trying to gauge everybody. These are fixed costs, 582,000 in pension assessments and benefits to the municipal employees. If people look in the budget book, you will see huge success stories on how we've been able to manage the health insurance costs of the town. And I give Miriam and Lisa Trainer and the entire school department a lot of credit for really trying to get on board with the health savings account, the high deductible plan. It's been a huge success and has offset that cost substantially. The municipal cost of living adjustment. I did the numbers real quick. That alone at the 2.5% COLA for the municipal departments is 560,000 from last year to this year, right? But we know Prop 2.5 is 2.5%. So we all made the decision that that was going to be where the max was because that's what we could afford under the Prop 2.5 limit. It's about an estimated $1 million increase from last year to this year just for inflation expenses alone. $1 million right out of the gate. Electricity, gas, propane, diesel, supplies, parts, contractors. We're not even talking about diesel, fuel, all the cost increases at the DPW. It's probably higher than $1 million. But, we're doing the best we can to manage those contracts as well. There's going to be some shuffling through the last year. I made this very clear in all my fiscal forecasts last year. I made it clear again this year. The facilities budget alone, just that one budget, the $1 million increase, as you'll see in the voting document, just from inflation and just from the COLA for the custodians and the non-union staff and the trade staff, right? So you're talking about 50, 60 employees who all deserve that, and then inflation, that's $1 million right along. And then the 17 to 19 million I just laid out here about all of the municipal budget stuff that pays for the school stuff, building and debt and interest, we just went through that, property and casualty insurance, workers' comp, snow removal, non-teacher pension costs, grounding and building maintenance, utilities, fuel for the school van fleet, retired teacher and health insurance, some of our personnel, shared costs. I could go on and on, that's just a small list, but I just wanted to put it up there to make sure folks are really well aware of these issues. Most of those costs also are inflected by inflation, but I will say, and one of the benefits, if you look through the voting document and the deep in the narrative, retired teacher health and life insurance, those accounts are going down. Okay, so there is some accounts that are going lower, and that's how we're able to fund a lot of what we're doing. People are going to do the math and say, how could you fund all this? Well, that's one category and one line item that's actually dipped a few $100,000. In terms of the cost for that. So there is some movement in those line items in the positive. And just one of the things I think the public really needs to understand and is that there's a lot of smaller costs that add up. Just a couple examples there. The property and casualty and workers' comp, that's a $125,000 increase over last year. This stuff all adds up. And I know it adds up as we're going to see from the school department as well. I think it's adding up on everybody. OPEB, 50 grand. That's just, another 50 grand. We don't think of it, but it's another 50 grand. Regional dispatch, almost 350,000. I think everyone's here is aware of that. Read the narrative if you don't. This was a slide presented at the FinCom a few weeks ago from the superintendent. Again, I just want to note a $3 million increase in salaries. And you can then see on another slide that I didn't put up here that's before all of you, it's online, the superintendent did a great job walking through with Miriam at the presentation. They show another slide of their inflationary costs. Health insurance at 5.2%, out-of-district placement at 14%. There's a whole slew of cost increases on their side as well that are based on inflation. So ultimately, we all have to come to the reality, as we will in a moment, that inflation has really sunk into the budget. I tried to make this very easy for everybody to understand where the new discretionary spending is. I put into this budget proposal before you tonight, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the council, police and fire capital. We heard at the Capital Committee a strong message that curriculum, turnout gear for our firefighters, the tasers for our police officers, a lot of those annual expenses are being paid through capital. So I tried to do the best I can to fit in a little bit, as I mentioned at those meetings. I said we chip away at this year by year. But as you'll come to the realization soon, there's a reason why we pay for them through capital, because we can't really afford them in the operating budget. But there is $116,000 in there for those items. There's in here 4 additional police officers at $331,000. As you heard from the chief, who did a long presentation, I sent that out to everybody at the Finance Committee meeting. Not only does this have the benefit of dealing with the issues that we've had with traffic enforcement, road rage, speeding. By far, this is the #1 complaint I get all the time, and I think the police do too. But also in the future, when you add the additional rotation, you save an additional 10 to 15% off that cost because you reduce your overtime budget. And as we'll hear from the chief, I'm sure somebody's going to ask the question. One of the other issues is forced overtime. It's a changing world, or it has changed. We are losing a competitive advantage in law enforcement, not just Franklin, law enforcement, due to forced overtime. We just had 2 police officers resign, late 20s, early 30s, last fall, right out of the gate, partially because of this issue. That's right. Because they're working more hours, and younger generations are providing more time with their families, and sounds really good to me too. I hope soon that will happen for me. But
No.
anyways.
The answer is no.
I know the council's very familiar with this issue. The senior center, the capital committee voted to purchase the van. We have been without a van for the senior center for 7 years since the regional agreement with Medway broke down and Medway said you're on your own. But you can't have a van without a driver. And we've come up with a couple of creative ways to make these half-time years. So it's a budget impact of $77,000. I'm sure if folks want, Danielle can walk through what that will be used for. And the second new discretionary is GATRA rides. It's a very, very long story. But for a long time, these rides are being subsidized in various different ways through the pandemic. Jeff Roy's been really helpful in getting us money. But at some time, we need to put this line item in there or we will unquestionably see fewer people accessing the senior center. This is also a very important service we learned from the pandemic. Our paramedics personally went to people's homes that were isolated. There are a lot of seniors still struggling to get to their hospital and medical appointments. This will be used for trips, for social interaction, as well as trying to service those who are the most isolated to be able to get to their medical appointments. So that's the senior center issue. We are restructuring and working on some additional capacity and restructuring of efficiencies in the finance and HR offices. We have added in here $160,000 for 2 additional positions, which benefits both town and school operations. The real reality is there just simply is not anywhere near enough people down there to do everything. When I tell people all the time, when they ask me about analytics, myself, Chris do those mostly. Our time needs to be spent other places, and we're barely getting payroll, we're barely getting deductions done correct, we're barely getting the basic minimums done. There just needs to be more capacity down there for both town and school operations. Our fleet is eclipsing 200 pieces of apparatus. At some point when you hit somewhere, you need a fleet manager to look at all those costs and make sure we're maintaining those vehicles well. This is within the DPW budget. And generally, they bring in the revenues to pay for these things. And then finally, the new discretionary is a cultural arts director, which is in there for half a year at a full-time job, as well as $10,000 for additional cultural council grants, and to also transition the town archivist at the Historical Museum part-time to full-time. Made a note down here, just to make sure the correlation is clear, that the fire department, as you'll hear about later, is bringing in a tremendous amount of more ambulance revenue, and so the revenue from that is really covering the cost of the pandemic, the additional 2 paramedics. Very quick slide to illustrate the DPW. Stormwater is a big feature this year. $1 million was in the budget last year for stormwater. This year, we're looking at plugging in $600,000 for roads and $434,000 for snow and ice removal. This is critical for the capital committee members. Or those who have been on the capital committee before. This will essentially also free up $750,000 each year from a hold we do for excess snow and ice costs. So my hope is that we expect free cash to drop a little in the coming years, but with curriculum, technology, which still is a discussion this community really needs to have separately from even all of this about what our investments are on that. Cruisers, vehicles, public safety gear, public infrastructure, roads, fields, and facilities is part of the capital program. So that's a positive there in the budget. These are just some sample summary points. Inflation's now set. You can go in the narrative and read 10 more pages of this stuff, but this is just a couple of the highlights. Inflation's now settled into the budget. I think everyone's gotten that point. I hope I'm not too depressing. Supply and demand. I think this is where the issue is, Mr. Chairman, with what the community conversation is these days. Competing demands, fixed costs, requests, new initiative, and expectations just simply are far outweighing. We're not even in the same galaxy, folks. Sorry. We're just not. And with our ability to pay and properly staff within the current tax levy structure. People go back to my memo from March 8th, 2023. You will see in there assumptions that both a 7% increase for the schools, as well as a 4.5% increase for the schools. I made it clear in that memo, neither scenario is remotely plausible. And I think I've just explained from the revenue side why that's not plausible within the tax levy. And the truth of the matter is the demand for service is just far outweighing our ability to pay for stuff. I know I hope people like that I throw this in there every once in a while. Quality of life in this community is exceptional. We have to get out sometimes of those tough messaging and really still look out the windows and realize that we're all very fortunate to be a part of this community. And we are slightly victims of our own success. People in this community get an incredible value of services for their money. And I think I speak for the superintendent as well. Our community has an incredibly excellent reputation. Debt and interest, I won't bore people. I've said it 100 times. That is another line item that's decreasing in this year's budget by over $300,000. It's being sucked up and absorbed in other areas. When we want to go borrow money to do the 10-year high school projects with the visitor bleachers and the stands, when we need to do the Remington Jefferson remodel that has already been authorized, we want to go do a recycling center, if we want to do other borrowing for other projects like Barron Road or you name it, that number is going to go way up. We're going to be paying at best, and if we don't maintain our AAA bond rating, which we really need to, ultimately, it's going to cut into the revenue source of the tax levy. Everything's interrelated here. Public also needs to be a little conscientious of the impact of cost increases to citizens. Property values have increased. Higher property values, last year was a $350 increase. The stormwater fee, which everybody's familiar with, is going into effect this summer. The bills will be going out in July. People will see that assessment on their water, sewer, trash, stormwater bills. The sewer rate tomorrow night will be official. It's going to be 20% as of July 1st, 15 in 2024, and 10%. This is to pay for the 109-year-old Beaver Street Interceptor pipe remodeling project over the next 3 years. If people don't like those percentages and we didn't do it, you'd be paying double or triple of those to clean up all the mess. But the council and the community are absolutely making the right decision on this. This is a huge risk management decision. One thing I am announcing tonight, Mr. Chairman, the residential municipal aggregation, I had this on the slide 2 weeks ago. It was ending, and I wanted to warn everyone that the 34-cent national grid rate last winter, ours was 10.5 cents. Most people know about that. Most people also don't know about that. We dodged a huge bullet last year.
We did.
I'm proud to announce we're going to dodge another bullet, that this summer, the national grid rate is 14 cents. Your rate is still 10.5. So this summer, everyone's still going to see a huge savings. Just last week, a lucky leprechaun or something came through and got a bid which no one expected, that from November 2023 to October of 25, everyone will see still a stable 15-cent electricity rate for the next 2 years. It is anticipated National Grid's rate will be 19 to 20 cents next winter. People are going to save money, but they are still going to see a 5-cent increase.
Right.
So this is a win, but yet still, we just want to be cognizant of every taxpayer in town. There are middle-class incomes, fixed incomes, or whatever. We know they're dealing with inflation. PFAS remediation, we heard all about that last week. I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's just going to be another water rate increase at some point to pay for egregious regulations from the EPA and the state. They're not financing this. They're putting the regulation on us, and we're going to borne the cost of this. And they still have not prohibited the chemicals that they want us to clean up. I'll end there. Expected debt exclusion vote on Tri-County. We heard about that from the Finance Committee meetings. That's probably going to be this fall. And there's a list of other capital projects on there that I broke down earlier. These cost increases certainly could be issues as well. I raise the sustainability of all this. None of these cost increases or anything I've talked about is talking about net zero. It's not talking about sidewalk construction, road construction, community development initiatives, athletic fields, facilities, mental health initiatives, reoccurring capital. We all could go on with all of the ideas we want, but I hopefully have painted a picture at which a lot of these things are extremely challenging if we don't work together. And that's all aside of what the global economic situation is. So sharpening the pencils. Put up a slide again. Hopefully people saw it last week. Going through a lot of the comments. The budget before the council tonight does not include these monies that I'm about to talk about now. We'll talk about that later. I'm sure there'll be some questions, Mr. Chairman. I did the aggregate historical Franklin Public School District annual increase from the town. People can see the annual increase in dollars. They can also see the percentage. We'd love to be back in 2019. I would be a huge supporter of this. I think everyone in this room is an enormous advocate for the public school district, including myself. But if you look a little closer with the asterisks, those numbers also paint a picture at non-sustainability. Why? Almost $2 million in the town rainy day fund, the budget stabilization fund, was completely drained to zero in 2019 and 20 to pay for these cost increases. That's what it was there for, but it went to zero. That's not good for AAA bond rating agencies. That's bad for emergency funding sources. We've built that reserve back up to $3 million, and as we've all heard from our auditors, don't tap into it. Rainier days will come. Just a list here quickly of other appropriations, over $4 million in capital in the last 6 years. We've also done, the council's approved several huge authorizations, and obviously people are familiar with the federal stimulus monies, both for the schools and the town contributions as well. So there has been a lot of infusion and support from the council and the community on these things. So my first recommendation, which I would recommend we do later on in June, just to make some of the triage, but we expect another $250,000 in, I should have mentioned a minute ago, and I apologize, the average annual increase at 2.5% for the schools is $1.78 million. So our target is really $1.8 million to get them to the 2.5% over last year, okay, and get them to their annual increase that they normally get. So these reductions is what I would suggest from the budget before you. Eliminate the capital gear. We know we can fund that next year, and the council approved that already for this year's program. Reduce the facilities budget by $100,000 for lawn watering. We did this during the pandemic. Mother Nature did a great job taking care of this. I think we can let go of some money and let rain take care of things. Reduce $50,000 from snow and ice operations, and transfer $250,000 from the MEC stabilization account. Still leaves $625,000 in there, but it does help us get to our goal right now. And I just want to note, nobody in this room or listening should be shocked next year when the full 1.4 to 1.5 million of regional dispatch comes on the books. FY25,
Yep.
that's when it comes back on. So don't ask me where it came from. It's there. That's about another $766,000, which gets the school budget increased to 1.8 million. This could be a little bit higher, a little bit lower, but my proposal would be is to make the adjustments, Mr. Chairman, on June 7th or June 21st with the stuff we can do. We still have to wait till July to see the final conference committee budget from the House and Senate, and then we can make a budget adjustment vote for that additional revenue. I just plan, the key is doing this before the school year starts so that they can make their salary commitments and do all the adjustments they need to do in the school budget. A second backup, which should hopefully help alleviate some of the expenses. Obviously, we're open to all ideas and questions and comments from the council. This is your hearing. By Labor Day, I am really hoping that the out-of-district placement issue is solved. I know Jeff and Becca have both heard from all of us. We've written a lot of letters. We've commented on it. It's about a $775,000 increase from the assessment. The school department sent a letter last fall. If the state were to pay for this out of the billionaire's tax or some other mechanism, it would save $700,000, $775,000 from the school budget. That's a lot of money. So I will say I am struggling hard to understand how this cannot be a priority for the legislature. Statewide, the total is $93 million. They have an almost $60 billion budget. And it's frustrating. They're aware of my frustration. But that's a huge amount of money. I just can't let it go. Streamlined finance, that will save. We have had incredibly productive meetings with the superintendent, assistant superintendent, and the HR director. I just thank them a lot for really being open-minded. We've had really great meetings, and I think there'll be a little savings there, hopefully for the school department and their expenditures. And the mental health task force, I know the schools have a task force. We still have ARPA funds, opioid settlement funds available. When the deputy town administrator starts, I'm hoping that working with the school district, we can elevate that task force out of just the school community and make it more of a community-wide initiative where maybe some of those opioid settlement funds, additional ARPA funds, and other one-time revenues can help pay for some of those issues that might relieve some of the expenses on the school district. I just want to note, all of these adjustments can be made at any point before November. Before we set the tax rate, that's when all this stuff needs to get done. Moving forward through the summer of 2023 and beyond, the town administration, again, this is from, if people are going to get our arms around this issue, I just have to say it. We have got to sacrifice as a community and as elected officials. We have to sacrifice other things to fix this issue. I think this is one of the most substantial issues of why the budget has gotten to the point it is. We have to sacrifice other wish list items that we want to spend staff time on to make sure we are all really looking through this carefully so that if someday the grassroots in Franklin arise and look for some sort of override or tax increase, we have done everything we can. This is really, really, really important in my view. And it's hard to say no. It's hard to tell other folks we can't do those things yet. I'm sorry. But this is a commitment that is probably the biggest thing we need to deal with. I've committed to facilitating an educational meeting with the town attorney and myself on the legal procedures of ballot questions, election details, and ethics laws for public employees. I've gotten the most questions about this issue over the last several months, maybe the last year. And so we will do this so that everyone understands. I did some of the slides at the FinCom. They were really well received. I got a lot of positive feedback on it. We're happy to have another public conversation with it. I already talked about the restructuring of that office, and we need to work together to develop a process and a blueprint for a comprehensive community-wide financial roadmap for the future. And it has to be a commitment of the school committee, the finance committee, and the council to bring the joint budget subcommittee together to start looking at these issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You exceeded your time limit.
Not surprised.
Nor am I surprised. I want to apologize for just a moment. If I've been sitting up here with a scowl on my face, it's because we are currently not on TV. And
We're on.
we just got on,
Yeah.
literally 2 seconds ago. So the first part was taped and will be reshown, but the first part, they were showing the Finance Committee and not showing us, which is why I got up. My phone was blinking off the desk table here, so.
Did they show at least the same 40 minutes?
Yeah.
Same piece, so you can't
We
do
can,
it.
we can only hope, Jamie. We can only hope. Okay, thanks, Jamie. And as usual, thank you for the detailed and informative overview, as well as the sobering reality of what the community is facing. As we open the FY24 budget hearing, I'd like to make a brief comment about how everyone who is listening can begin to turn a corner and work together to solve the financial challenges that Jamie just spoke to. As a legislative body of the town of Franklin, the town council has a difficult yet crucial role in approving a balanced annual budget on behalf of the entire community. As elected leaders of the community, we represent every constituency and demographic. The youth, adults, parents, seniors, veterans, those with disabilities, and so on. We are oftentimes in the difficult position to be the checks and balances of our town government. Similar to the school committee, the annual budget process can be the most difficult endeavor the council undertakes each year, especially when we are facing fiscal constraints or uncertain economic conditions. As we also sometimes we lose sight of a bigger picture. No matter what happens this week or this summer, we are all very fortunate to be a part of this great community. And we should be very grateful for the entire school and town staff for the incredible work they do. We must all agree that not every request, whether from the municipal departments or the school department, can be fully funded every budget year. This year's story is actually not much different than in the past. Would it be easy if the council could just say yes to every budget request? Absolutely, we'd love to.
Be great.
Would it be fiscally responsible to the taxpayers of this community? Absolutely not. In my 3 decades of volunteering on both the school committee and the town council, I can't recall a year where all budget requests were met. It's never happened, and nor should it. We should always encourage our staff to request new ideas and services as much as we all need to learn to set expectations correctly. This brings us to where we are today. We have to live within our means, just like every family in Franklin has to do. With inflation and skyrocketing costs of doing business, this means we need to make difficult decisions. Not always popular decisions. This is what we sitting here this evening are elected to do. The one item that sticks out to me throughout this past year has been what I'll refer to as a lack of communication and coordination between the town part of the government and the school part of the government. By not, and understand what I'm saying here, this is by not creating the space, time, and priority to dig deeper into our budgets. Many people who've recently reached out to me, as well as my fellow counselors, seem to feel completely off guard by what they are hearing. Notably, some redundancies at the schools. We are all stakeholders in this process. Our decisions affect all residents. We have had the right elected leaders, I believe, the right leaders in Jamie and Lucas, the best staff, and the right forum in the Joint Budget Subcommittee, which, for those who don't know, is made up of council members, school committee members, and finance committee members, which are really the subcommittees of each of those committees dealing with the budget. But what we've lacked is the discipline to sacrifice other priorities and ideas and focus on the most important thing we do every year. The single most important thing the town council has for a job is to set the annual budget. And we should be more focused on it. After all the budget hearings are concluded, I hope, as Jamie alluded to in one of his slides, the school committee will join the town council and the finance committee in agreeing to Jamie's recommendations at the end of the slideshow. Folks, if the community wants to see the cycle of budget uncertainty end, then we must reduce time spent on other projects and really focus together, creating solutions to solve the structural budget deficit We must occupy greater space on our agendas, even if that means sacrificing other ideas. We can accomplish more working together than separately. Pitting one group against another is divisive and still will not resolve the budget issue at hand. We need to establish, and I'll say it again, a one Franklin mentality and a pledge to sacrifice other ideas and projects and refocus on what solutions are available to move the community forward. Sorry for the lengthy statement, but I felt a necessity to do it. I'd now ask, I'd like to offer the chair of the school committee, Denise Spencer, an opportunity for a brief comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the education and well-being of our students is of the utmost importance to the entire school committee. Our job is to advocate for the schools and the resources necessary to provide a high-quality education. As an elected official, it is our job to submit an annual budget while also addressing as many of the priority needs of the Franklin schools as possible. As I have learned over the past 4 years, this is no simple task to balance these two. As we all know, this will be a challenging year. We expect significant setbacks to continue to core services in both the school and municipal departments. The future holds serious fiscal concerns. Given the financial constraints facing Franklin, as chair of the school committee, I do understand the need for the town administrator and town council to recommend a level of funding that is less than our request to create and adopt a balanced budget for the entire community. Moving forward, we are prepared to continue our work with town administration and town council to have healthy, productive discussions and to work collaboratively for the benefit of all taxpayers while continuing to address our school priorities. Despite whatever challenges come our way, we remain steadfast in our commitment to support one another throughout. At the end of the day, we all need to work together to develop a process and strategy that can invest more in our community. We as the school committee look forward to this challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denise. Okay. Just to explain the public hearing this evening and the outline, process, and instructions. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, I'll give a brief set of protocols we use at the annual budget hearing. In a few minutes, the illustrious Councillor Jones will read through the voting document, department by department. Everybody's coughing over that. I can't understand why, Glenn. Councilors will signal a hold on any department they wish to ask questions, raise points, or offer comments about during the hearing. Once the council is done with any department, I will ask if there are any further questions or comments from the public, and that will be department by department. If someone has a comment or question, please raise your hand, either in person or on Zoom land. When that department is asked to speak by the council, we will go in numerical order throughout the voting document, starting at the top. At the end of each hearing, I will ask if there is any additional public comments on the budget. I would ask, this won't be popular, I would ask that all department heads please stay for the entirety of this evening in the hopes of all questions and comments are completed. As is tradition, we will do the best we can to alleviate the need for your attendance at the second hearing tomorrow evening. However, Jamie will let you know if attendance is required tomorrow of any department head for any reason. Finally, as a reminder to everyone on the council and everyone watching, while the council has final authority over the bottom line item spending for each department, the school committee has the sole authority on how to spend the money within the allocation appropriated by the council. as well as the revolving funds. The council has zero authority on how to spend the money allocated to the schools. So, as is custom, I'll add a little levity here. The Fab Five budgets that will automatically be held are 192, Public Properties and Buildings, Jamie commonly refers to as facilities, 210, Police, 220, Fire, 300, Franklin Public Schools, and 422, DPW. And I'm sure the only people out here this evening that will identify with the Fab Five are probably over 40. And anyone who can tell me who the Fab Five were, get 50,000 in their budget. Google's not allowed. Okay, and now I'll pass it over to the Franklin Town Clerk, Glenn Jones, Council Clerk. Sorry, Nancy. Glenn Jones, never to confuse the two. Glenn Jones to begin the budget hearing proceedings.
I would never want her job. She does such a great job. All right. Mr. Chairman, just to make clear to you, the council, and to the audience at large, I will be reading the town voting document. Just to make a note as to what exactly on this document I will be reading, I will be reading each line item based on the department's account number, based on its department number. I will be reading its department, and I will be reading the town administrator's, just for anyone who's reading the document, I will be reading the town administrator's recommended amount, which is actually the same as the finance committee recommended amount, but since this is the town administrator giving us this information, I'll read that number. You will see other information documented here, but that is the fourth column on this document. Mr. Chairman, Department 111, Town Council, expenses $8,000, Town Administrator recommended. I'm actually going to put a hold on that, please.
Okay.
Department number 123, Town Administrator.
Who's that, Brian? Okay.
Can I recommend that people go hold after I say the amount?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep.
That's okay. Department 123, Town Administrator, Personal Services, $633,816. Expenses, $59,782 for a total for Town Administrator, $693,598.
Brian's holding it. I've got it.
Department 131, Finance Committee expenses, $1,500, total $1,500. Department 135, Comptroller, Personal Services, $702,487. Expenses, $85,800 for a total of $788,287.
Who is that? Kobe?
Department 141, Board of Assessors, Personal Services, $368,198. Expenses, $104,900 for a total of $473,098. Department 147, Treasurer Collector, Personal Services, $442,959. Expenses, $91,105 for a total $534,064.
Who is that again?
Kobe.
Kobe.
Department 151, Legal Services, Personal Services, $125,105, with expenses of $60,000 for a total of $185,105. Department 152, Human Services, Personnel Services, $260,903, $38,650 in expenses, for a total of $299,553. Department 155, Information Technology, Personnel Services, $36,952. Expenses, $457,215 for a total of $494,167. Town Clerk, Department 161, Personnel Services, $235,340 with expenses of $20,850 for a total of $256,190. Department 164, Election and Registrations, Personnel Services, $19,480. Total expenses, $55,700.
Hold.
For a total of $75,180. Department 176, zoning board of appeals, $9,000 for expenses. Department 177, planning and growth management, personnel services, $445,416. Expenses, $32,300, for a total of $477,716. Department 184, agricultural commission, expenses, $1,000. Department 192, public property and buildings, personnel services, $3,312,473. Expenses, $5,297,200, for a total of $8,609,637. Department 196, central services, $167,000 in expenses, for a subtotal of general government, $13,067,095. Department 210, police, which has already been held. Personnel services, $6,652,746, with expenses of $372,931, for a total for the police, $7,026,677. Department 220, fire, $6,529,173, with expenses of $729,000, for a total for fire, $7,258,173. That's already been held. Department 225, regional dispatch, total expenses, $958,670. Department 240, inspection services, personnel services, $432,336. Expenses, $14,512, for a total of $446,848.
Hold.
Mel?
Yep.
Department 292, animal control, $92,700 in expenses, for a subtotal of public safety, $15,783,068. Schools, Department 300, Franklin Public Schools, expenses, $71,252,779. That's a hold. Department 390, Tri-County Regional School Systems, $2,775,000. Norfolk Aggie, Department 395, $66,660. Sorry. Total for schools, $74,094,439. Department 422, Department Highway, this is under DPW. Personnel services, $668,104, with the total expenses $1,095,100, for a total of $1,763,204. That's already been held. Department 422, DPW Park and Tree. Personnel services, $560,477. Expenses, $563,251. For a total for Park and Tree, $1,122,728. Department 422, DPW Snow and Ice. Personnel expenses, $250,000. Total expenses, $1,217,500, for a total of $1,472,500 for Snow and Ice. Department 422, DPW Central Motors. Personal services, $272,169. Expenses, $713,500, for a total of $985,669 for Central Motors. Department 422, DPW Recycling, Personal Services, $89,492, with expenses of $149,000, for a total for recycling, $238,492. Department 422, DPW Administration, Personal Services, $207,875, expenses $213,300, for a total for administration $421,175. Department 422 DPW Stormwater, nothing for this fiscal year. Department 422 DPW Street Lighting, expenses $65,000, and DPW line Department 424 Street Lighting is also taken off our list this year. A subtotal for Department of Public Works, $6,069,768. A Department of Public Works has done 510 Board of Health. Personnel services, $294,711. Expenses, $48,400. For a total Board of Health, $343,111. Department 541, Council on Aging. Personal services, $607,649. Total expenses of $32,100. For total for Council on Aging, $640,749.
Hold.
Department 543, Veteran Services, Personal Services, $106,393. Expenses, $11,115. Veteran Services, $165,000. For total for Veteran Services, $282,508. For subtotal of Human Services, $1,266,368. Department 610, Library. Personal Services, $810,468. Expenses, $282,000. For total for the library, $1,092,468.
Hold. Who was that, Kobe?
That was
Kobe and Brian?
Department 630, Recreation, $463,765 for personal expenses. Expenses, $277,000 for total for recreation. $740,765.
Hold.
Hold. Department
That's
690.
just so Ryan has to stay here.
Yeah. We like to bug him. Department 690, Historical Museum, personal expenses, $73,928. Expenses, $3,000. Total for Historical Museum, $76,928. Historical Commission, Department 691, $4,000. Department 695, Cultural Council, $25,000. Hold.
Glenn?
Cultural Council.
Yeah. You too?
No,
Oh.
I'm just trying to make sure we get everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Department 696, Cultural District Committee expenses, $1,000. Subtotal for Culture and Recreation, $1,940,161. Department 710, Debt Services, Principal, expenses, $4,072,000. Department 750, Debt Services and Interest, and expenses, $2,108,000, $108,253, for a subtotal on debt and interest of $6,180,250. I'm slipping on the tongue. Department 910, Employee Benefits, $15,101,071. Total, subtotal for employee benefits, $15,101,071. Department 945, Risk Management, $775,000. The subtotal of liability insurance is $775,000. The total all general fund is $134,277,223. Department 434, Solid Waste Budget. Personal expenses, $132,806. Expenses, $2,682,833, for a total and subtotal of $2,815,639. Department 440, Sewer Budget. Personal services, $935,104. Expenses, $3,995,550. Debt principal, $768,703. Debt interest, $315,470, for a subtotal on sewer of $6,014,827. Department 450, Water Budget. Personal services, $1,694,900. Expenses, $2,446,045. Debt principal, $2,107,204. Debt interest, $558,233. For a subtotal on water of $6,806,382. Department 460, Stormwater Budget. Personal expenses, $334,117. Expenses, $700,000. For a subtotal on stormwater of $1,034,117. Total enterprise funds, $16,670,965. For a total operating budget of $150,948,187, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Once again, well done.
Nice job, Glenn.
So, we will now go back to the beginning of the document and go through the holds. First hold was on Town Council, 8,000, held by Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to Jamie, 200% increase?
Otherwise known as a $4,000 aggregate increase. Just so we're clear, the line item has always been $4,000.
Yeah.
The Mass Municipal Association dues are now, to be a member, are now exceed well above 4,000. There's also a couple thousand in there because counselors have been, which is a good thing, I think. Counselors have been also going to MMA seminars, the MMA conference, and I think it is our obligation, whereas maybe in the past, maybe a lot of counselors didn't attend those events, as we get newer people, having a little extra there to make sure that they're able to go to those events is in my view, a wise investment. So it's an increase overall of $4,000. Thank you.
None of it goes to you, Glenn.
Unless you go to the MMA conference.
Unless you go to an
the
MMA conference.
What, it's not my 15-year anniversary award?
No,
That's- Thank
You all
Mr.
set?
Chairman. Yes.
Okay, any other questions on Town Council? Anyone in the public that would like to ask a question on the Town Council? Okay, seeing none, I will move to the next item, which is Department 123, Town Administrator, Councilor Chandler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the town administrator first, obviously. Thank you for this book. It's a hell of a lot of work. A lot of work. And I went through every bit of this, and I appreciate all your hard work.
Thank
And
you.
your whole team.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And there's no fat here, obviously.
Right.
But I did find one vacant job in your budget for $45,000. And
Yep.
one second.
Yep.
And with that money, if we're not gonna hire somebody, you know, I mean, I would like to use that money maybe to give to music, or maybe Chief Lynch could send a local kid to the academy with that money. I need to hear from you how important that $45,000 is to your budget.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, you threw a curveball. I was like, 45,000, that doesn't sound like a salary. And I got nervous
It's
for
half
like,
salary.
I got nervous for 1 second. And I was like, wait a minute. I didn't forget, but the vacancy in my office is for a full-time, half-year position titled the Director of Public Art and Cultural Initiatives. And so we're anticipating, based on the compensation and classification study, that salary would be somewhere in the range of $80,000 to $95,000, based on the market of what we're seeing in other communities that have that position. And as you know really well, Councilor Chandler, it's a little bit of a trick. You could put in the full year, right? Say at 90, but then we'd have to cut somewhere else. And so this is a frequent policy decision. A lot of municipalities employ, you put them in for half a year, and thought, you know, with the deputy TA coming on over the summer and just the length of time it takes to get these things done, we thought this was an easy one to say, you know, let's aim for next winter for that position. So that position is in there. I think as your fellow colleagues have had a recent listening tour with a lot of the folks in the arts community, I will say that all 3 meetings, I think everyone would agree, were excellent. We had way more attendance than I thought we were going to have. I thought we were going to be eating all the bagels at the end, and the bagels were actually gone with folks that came. And in all seriousness, it really was quite inspiring, and I think it actually kind of showed that maybe this was the right investment and the right decision. I think ultimately we all see a missed opportunity in this community around arts and culture. We know that the various boards and committees have kind of struggled to figure out who's doing what, and it seemed, at least from the listening sessions, but even before that, I think we were, maybe that was confirmed, as opposed to new, that an investment, this eventually, hopefully, will pay for itself, because the study we did 3 years ago with MAPC showed there was tens of millions of dollars leaving Franklin to go eat out and go shop in other communities. That may seem like a stunner to some folks, but it's really true. And I think with all the other, with the World Cup coming and a whole bunch of other great efforts out there, you know, we'd hope to get people to stay over here. We have a 4th hotel going up. Hopefully that provides some additional revenue. Meals tax, hotel, and the cannabis excise tax all is purchasing. So there is a revenue source that may come from that. I don't think it would be immediate, Councilor Chandler. You know, it takes a couple years for this to really mature. You know, I think, I hope I stand with a lot of folks that's been something the community's been looking to invest in for a while. Eventually, this will not be in my budget. If this is approved this year, and it's something that we can sustain, I think ultimately you would see it as its separate department at some point down the line. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, yeah, I just was looking for anything to even give them, and that's all I could come up with out of that, so
And-
we're trying. All right.
I understood, Councilor Chandler. And just to clarify your comment, and because I want to make sure that everybody understands, if we were to cut something and move it to the schools, that's all we could do, is move it to the schools. We cannot give it to music. We cannot give it to science. We cannot give it to math. That is the school committee's decision and prerogative. And I know what Councilor Chandler was referring to. We have had hundreds of emails to the council from music boosters, music participants within the school system. And I just want to really make it clear that no matter whether we take $1 from the school committee or give $1 to the school committee, school department, we can't tell them how to spend it. So, looking for these programs, really the place you should be, not only here, but is at the school committee, talking to them about why one program was cut over another. So, just to
Thank you, Mr.
clarify.
Chairman, I appreciate that.
Okay. Any other questions on town administrator from the council? Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Not a question, Mr. Chairman, but just a comment. Is
Sure,
that
please
okay?
do.
Having sat in the Arts and Culture Listening Tour ad hoc committee, I think it's important to point out to the public, not only did we hear overwhelming support for that position, but also, unfortunately, this summer, we're not going to have the Franklin Cultural Festival because volunteers just couldn't sustain it. So the hope is that this position will pick up that baton, give some leadership to the volunteers, and bring that event back for next year. Why do I bring that event up? Because that had over 8,000 people at it that came to our town, that spent over $400,000 in a day to support our arts and our businesses and our restaurants and stayed in our hotels. It put money back into our businesses. So there's an economic impact directly to this position. And I think people just need to understand that I think that position's going to more than fund itself, but it's very important that people not see that as just a fluff for the arts. Like, there's been a lot of thought put into how can that position really help the budget and bring revenues in to help the budget.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier Ledger. Councilor Frangillo?
I was going to say something very similar. Thank you for covering that, and thank you for recognizing the importance of this.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Councilor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through the chair to the audience, I guess. And I want people to know that, you know, there was a art symposium here in town also that was fabulous. Every dollar spent, this is what they say, every dollar spent on art and culture, you get $7 back. And this is part of our plan on how we build revenue to be able to pay for the things that we want to see here in town. Not only just art and culture, but everything else. And it's all gonna help each other. It's part of the teamwork. I thank the town administrator for putting together the listening sessions, as well as my fellow colleagues, Councilor Frangillo and Councilor Cormier Ledger. It was wonderful to talk with people. It was inspiring. But I will stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to 123, Department 123 Town Administrator? Anyone out there in Zoom land? Okay, we will move on. Next department held is Department 135 Controller. Councilor Frangillo.
Yeah, thank you, through you. I was just hoping you could expound a little more on the comptroller and treasurer shift. What does that actually look like, and why is it worth that investment?
Yeah. So through Mr. Chairman, I think in short, I think both town and school operations, the treasurer, obviously, collector's office is just a municipal department, but just so the public understands, it is a department overseen by the finance director, right? So it's that's the pyramid kind of structure. Ultimately, I feel like I need to be transparent about it in the sense that in my 8 years here, I think since everyone moved into this building, 20 years ago, I just think that at the end of the day, the people who have been here were kind of like, for a long time, almost like 1.5 employees. Like Karen Alves was like more than just one employee, right? The institutional knowledge, the systems that have been built. We're working through right now with the superintendent on trying to say, in Munis, why do we have one process for schools to do payroll, a second process for us? We've talked about in HR, for example, the need for electronic, files and personnel records. I'll be honest, we've barely touched that project. And the reason why we've barely touched that project is because Karen's time and Stacy's time, as well as the new HR director for the schools and Sue Childers and everyone down there, are in nothing but the day-to-day mode of just catching up to what has to get done for that day. And so nothing strategic. It's no criticism on the employees and the quality of the folks that we have. I mean, we are AAA bond rating community for a reason. I think you've all heard from our auditors. I think both the schools and the town have always had great audits, but that's because of the high quality of people there. But the pandemic has shown the gaps of where we really need to focus in and streamline those services. The jobs over the next, they're already difficult now. The next year after that, they are going to get more and more complicated with analytics and metrics and collective bargaining and legal situations and grievances, you name it. All of the work that we do is just piling up and up and up and up. And at some point, our teams work very well together, but at some point we need additional staff there. It is literally just not sustainable. I would also mention those are the two departments that do not have deputies at all. Our finance, school finance, town finance, and HR. None of those departments have a backup. It's the department head and then the rank and file staff. And with the workflow that's happening, with Munis coming on with a module for stormwater, like all of these things just on the day-to-day payroll, deductions, paychecks are wrong or right, quality control. I wish I could come out today and show you a beautiful org chart and say the situation's done. I just would say that the school administration and our team have worked on a few meetings over the last couple months. And have made incredible progress, and I hope that by the time we get to like the new school year, maybe in the fall, we'll hopefully be able to talk more publicly about exactly how all the moves are going. But it's a systemic process we have to obviously go through, and so the work is just piling up. I will say I do want to. We have made some inroads with the electronic, with personnel records. But a year ago, we hoped to have a real head start. We've looked at the vendors, we've dealt with some state bid contracts, we've looked at procurement, some other things. But we're obviously not where we want to be. And where we want to be is we want our department heads, including the schools and the town, we want them to be part of strategic planning that we talked about earlier. Not doing payroll day to day, triaging and picking up and doing random work that really should be done by another rank and file employee. And so That's really the real nexus of why an additional investment in those two positions. It may be that those two positions are exactly as outlined, 80,000, 80,000, but it really is probably going to be a little more, a little less, I don't know, but it's just trying to earmark funds to make sure that we can do that. I would hope that by the time we get to November, and by the time you set the tax rate, we'll be able to have a firm structure and org chart, cost it out, show people where the money is, what was saved, and if we need to make any adjustments to make sure the school department's whole and that stuff, we're absolutely happy to do it. But obviously we're just in the infancy of this, so I can't really talk in too many more details. I hope that helps a little bit, Councilor Frangillo. Just a little,
That helps, thank you. You pointed out really the main reason why I asked, which is, we want to be great at everything. It seems like their job is partly to make sure that we have a good audit and we have the best possible audit. So why would we need more? And then the other thing was, sort of if we're looking for process efficiencies or sort of structural changes, those feel like shorter term, like possible contracts, or bringing in an expert as opposed to like baking into our. That's really just what I'm
through Mr. Chairman, no, it's a great point by Councilor Frangillo. There likely will be that little slice of operational audit of that kind of expert, which does cost money. But even beyond that, the only thing I would contradict is that these are not easy. Munis is extremely difficult. In fact, my educated guess tells me some of that funding is going to go towards hopefully a Munis administrator, which was a recommendation from an outside department. Foxborough just did this. And somebody to work on security privileges. I mean, I don't want to get into like really nerdy financial stuff, but really working with Tyler Technologies and the dashboards. The one benefit the town does have, most towns do not have one financial system in which everybody works from. So from a software licensing and all that perspective, Tim and the schools and everybody have done a great job on that over the years. So that's one cost that we won't have to increase. It's really just making sure we have the right staff structure and make sure we're actually building capacity. One thing also, and I appreciate that, Councilor Chandler, so much about that comment, because a lot of hard work does go into this. The budget that's put out now is probably not going to be enough for the community down the line. If you look at more mature communities, they do have, the Norwoods, Needhams, Natics, they all have full-time budget analysts in their departments too. That is something, I mean, I'm writing that thing that he's talking about. The staff chip in, but it's like a team effort of like 4 or 5 folks. All department heads, right? Carrie, Chris, myself, and Karen are doing all that. Like, this is part of helping Lucas, myself, Tina, everyone get away from budget production and drafting and writing on weekends and try to have somebody who can actually do a lot of these cost out, these metrics, public records requests, all that type of stuff as well. Just a little more context. Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Any other questions from the council on the comptroller? Anyone in the audience? Anyone out on Zoom land? Okay, we will move on to treasurer collector. Again, that was held by Councilor Frangillo.
It was addressed.
Yeah, it was addressed. Okay, that's what I thought. Since that was a held department, is there any questions from the audience on the treasurer collector? Any questions out there in Zoom land? There's a few second delay, so I kind of have to wait a couple of seconds here. Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Next department, held 164, election and registration. I guess sure, come forward.
Thank you. Elections are expensive. Elections are expensive.
Hence why
Don't ask me why I need so many bins. Please.
Really, my question was just that, to address the so-called elephant in the room, in the elections that we know we have a tri-county election.
Correct.
We know we have our annual election. Are we budgeted properly to deal with those two that we are currently aware of.
Of course. So what I did is I basically took our election and did times two. We have the Tri-County election, and I will be getting dollar for dollar back from Tri-County. But I have to front those dollars. And, you know, I have a good rapport with the companies that, you know, print our ballots. I want to keep that. So that money will be given right back to us.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Thank you.
That's what I wanted everybody to hear.
All right.
Councilor DeLarco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nancy, just so the public knows, with the couple new elections we're gonna have, how much does each election cost the town, just so people would know roughly?
So it's tough. So the Tri-County is only 8 hours, where a town election, we have people coming in from 5 a.m. because we open the doors at 6 a.m., so we have to set up. So 5:30, people start rolling in, and we could be there as late as 9:30. And with the town election, I have a lot more people than with Tri-County. So I basically cut the staff in half with the
Okay.
Tri-County election. So I think I budgeted $9,000 for the Tri-County election.
Okay,
Is that right?
so people know that is
18,000 is the number you were looking for.
kinda,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to gauge, though, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know how many people are coming. And then with vote by mail, you know, if
Yeah.
we get an influx of requests, we have a lot of people, we have a lot of election workers that come in and aid us. So
Okay, and you pay them accordingly?
we pay them, the election workers get paid minimum wage. I would love to give them more money because they are amazing, amazing people. I'm telling you, we have the best of the best. And thank you, Debbie, because you brought a lot of those on. But even now, I mean, the wardens, amazing people. You know, they're always willing to help. They're right there. When I call them, they come running.
I bet you they like working for you a lot better than Debbie.
I do get that, sorry.
You're right, Seth.
Thank you.
You all set, Councilor DeLarco?
All set, yeah.
How to make
you.
friends and influence people.
No one wants to know why I
Councilor
need so many
Sheridan.
bins.
Hey,
Come
Councilor
on.
Sheridan's going there.
Chair, through you, just curious, so say that there's a special, needs to be a special election, somebody resigns or something like that, how does that work? if
The
it's not
same as a town election, right, Kobe?
right? So is that-
We had to
not
hold a
budget,
special
we just add
election
it?
for Kobe. So it's basically the same. We open our doors at 6 a.m., we do absentee, and now we do in-person, vote by mail. The hours are 6 to 8, and same exact way we run a town election, or a state election.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All set, Councilor Sheridan? Councilor Jones.
yes.
See, thank you, thank you. We have 9 precincts, and now with advanced deposit and advanced opening, that's where I store all the ballots.
Right.
So, they are secure, and, you know, I can show you all the bins that are stored in a cage that is at the DPW, locked. I'm the only one with the key, but that's the reason why I need all those bins. So I use 9 a day with advanced opening and advanced deposit, and 9 a day, sometimes more. It's a lot of bins,
All set, Councilor Jones?
a lot of bins.
That's a lot of business.
That's a long
And I actually called the company and struck a deal with them for a discount on those bins because we buy in bulk. Right, Deb?
Excellent. Any other councilors? Anyone in the audience have a question on Election and Registration Department 164? Anyone out there in Zoom land? Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, next department held is 192, which is one of the Fab Five. Public property and buildings, I'll start this one off. Mike, Jamie's already gone through the inflation costs in your budget. Can you tell us any initiatives that are changing the paradigm in your budget to save money? Like composting at schools, which I know they're doing.
So there are a whole group of us working on this composting initiative in the schools. Colin, the food service manager for the school department, Derek from the DPW, Richard. It started the previous year. Kathleen was involved in it with the health department and a student that she had brought on as an intern for 6 months. But what we've been able to accomplish this year is we started with Keller Sullivan, bringing both schools online, doing all food composting. So we go there, we teach the kids how to do it on the first day. They pick it up really quick, the little elementary kids, the middle school kids. Last Friday, we just brought the third complex online. So Remington Jefferson started after the first of the year in February. Last Friday, Horace Mann and Oak Street came online. So what we're doing is trying to get all food out of the trash stream. So all the kids come up after they eat, they sort all their food, they put trash in the trash. We have compost bins. It's actually a company out of Maine that picks up all our compost, and they bring it up. They're actually headquarters in Portland, but they bring it up around Bangor, Maine, where it goes into a big digesters that actually heat a dairy farm up there. So they get a benefit out of that just from the heat give off from the digesters. But it was interesting last Friday when we did Horace Mann and Oak Street is all the weight that we usually throw away is really in food and it's in liquid and dumping out. So the milk is dumped by the kids into a separate bucket that we dispose of. All the food is put just into a compost bin. And one of the things, Kevin Houlihan, the day custodian over there, is there was hardly any trash that we were actually coming out with. And what that's really going to mean is we do pay for the compost bins, but on the other hand, our trash going into our compactors, especially at these big schools, is decreasing dramatically. Before school ends this year, we've made contact with Kennedy and Parmenter, and we're going to bring those on before school ends. And then at the beginning of next year, we're going to be moving the program to the high school. So then we'll have all our schools composting all their food waste. Anything that's food can go into these digesters. Meat, not just vegetables. It's not like doing it at home. So that's been a really positive thing. We'd worked with the state, with Chris White back when he was here. And now on Channel 12, back in December, they ran a segment. They came to Keller Sullivan. They took a lot of film. They interviewed students that talked about how it worked. It's a great video. We sent it to the state, to the DEP, and they're circulating it all over Massachusetts as how to do it and to get kids involved in it. So I think it's it's something really good. And the principal of Keller, what he did, it's just not that big a lift to do it, but it does a lot of good for the environment.
Thank you, Mike. I wanted you to talk about that video because I think it's something that if people haven't seen it, to go online and take a look at it because it's pretty impressive. Questions from the council? Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, as far as our buildings are concerned, I know already that much of our transition over to LED light fixtures has made a dramatic decrease in our overall energy usage.
Correct.
Have there been any new thoughts on any other type, similar energy-saving programs that we might be able to invest into in order to reduce that? So
last summer we embarked, because we did, so all all of Franklin school and town buildings are 100% LED right now. So we're through the LED thing, indoors, outdoors, and we did for the second time, because it had been almost 10 years since we put LED parking lot lights in. And the LED parking lot lights have decreased in wattage, increased in intensity, so we did every town and school building last year during the summer. The one thing we did also, that we did over this past year, was in the big, like middle school, the three complexes basically, we put in step-down transformers, because those buildings are all fed with 480 volt. And we have a lot of step-down transformers to bring it to plugs, so you got 120 there. And interestingly enough, a transformer that was put in 20 years ago isn't very efficient, but a new transformer that we're putting in today, and I use the term wasting energy because there's the amount of heat that's given off doing that, but a new transformer only wastes 19% of the energy the one that was 20 years old. So we replaced all the transformers in all three complexes as well. And so we're keeping going. We're looking at splits. We're looking at, but there aren't, the jump off point to go all electric hasn't matured enough to heat big buildings like we have, like Franklin High and these big complexes, but we're hoping that more things get invented. The things that have been invented are more for smaller or residential split systems. People are putting in, hot water heaters that are heat pump water heaters. I think we'll get to that point shortly, and we are. One of the other initiatives was the electric car charging stations. For the first time, we're adding them at Franklin High School. We're adding 8 spots right after school gets out, because teachers and students at Franklin High have been asking for charging stations. So I think we're probably one of the highest amount of charging stations for a community. It's kind of odd that we're developing charging stations, but it's almost no money between grid and the state EV grant. I pay very little for 8 spots of charging.
Wasn't the high school built to have solar panels originally on the roof of that building?
It was. But, so right now, we get most of our electricity from the Upper Union Solar Farm. We also bought $100,000 worth of additional solar electric from a farm that was built in Bellingham over the last couple of years. It was developed by the same people that developed the farm up on Upper Union on the monastery property. So,
Would it not be keen to put the solar panels on the high school?
Right.
As a supplementary form of energy?
right now, we almost have, some weird things happen, because, so when a solar farm, and it's just a law, it was a law written by, the Massachusetts politicians at the State House. And what it did was enable you to buy into these farms. We own the entire output of the other one. Right now, we're maxed out. We're getting almost too much solar, because solar is actually, every kilowatt that farm generates is metered at the residential rate, which kind of killed us this winter, because the residential rate went from 21 cents to 44 cents in grid. So we have way more credits than we ever envisioned to have, honestly, because we bought into this in 11 and 12.
I understand.
So we do not need more credits. If anything, we just need more things invented.
But either way, it's a future option.
It is a future option. There's wire, there's conduits, there's everything there.
That answers my question. Thank you, Mike.
It was certainly built to put them on at some point.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jamie?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just so the public is aware, aside from what Mike said, which is all true, We have had solar installers pre-pandemic reach out to the town, interested in that space on top of the high school, as well as a carport in the high school parking lot. Somewhere down the road, I'm just throwing it out there to everybody, as Councilor Hammond brought this up a minute ago, and Councilor Cormier, it's a revenue source that may or may not work. It's something that I'm just throwing it out there. Years ago, that was not an advantageous project, but as we're in the budget straits that we're in, it may be something we want to talk about at the Joint Budget Committee.
I like when we think outside the box.
Exactly.
Councilor Frangillo.
I mean, it's all really just been touched upon. Solar was sort of, as we look for other opportunities, I mean, energy efficiency improvements, and I know that we're continuing to apply for green communities grants, and every opportunity we have to get those to save money are fantastic. But yeah, solar, I mean, even if we don't need the credits, there's a good amount of people that can come in and produce community solar or just get their own revenue, and we just give up the space, whether it be our parking lots or our rooftops. I think it's a good opportunity that we can continue to work.
We did do a study last year as well on, at the DPW, putting in some of the solar with Select Energy, with car part structures, and we just weren't ready to make that big jump at the time, but it would cover a number of the vehicles that park down there, mainly like even the school vans, so they wouldn't get snowed on in the winter, and it would be There's a really good spot right up the side of the DPW garage that would be perfect, south facing. It's got all the attributes.
Excited to see it. That's awesome.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Councilor Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm going to change the subject off of solar. And I just had a question about, I know that you put in these amazing air filters in all the schools and all the buildings to help clear the air so we could come in during COVID. What about, can you actually get the replacement bulbs now? And do they cost a lot more? Like, are the filters, all the things that keep us safe? Can you get those? And have they gone up as much as everything else?
So the bulbs are really not that expensive. They're like $90. So every the big air handlers, like at the high school, have 5 or 6 bulbs in them. So we're getting to a point this summer we'll end up changing a lot of the bulbs in the original UV lighting.
Right. How often do we have to change them?
It's really every couple of years.
Okay, that's good. That's good. It's a lot faster than in a tissue culture hood. You gotta do it a little bit faster than that. So you can get them okay.
Yeah, the whole market kind of went down once COVID subsided a little, because everybody was buying it, every college, every school around the country. So, and a lot of that has changed now, and they'd ramped up their capacity. So now they're as easy to get as fluorescent bulbs or, anything you can buy today.
Great. And thank you for all the work you did on the food composting. I think that's really exciting. And I would love to know at the end of the year how many pounds we removed from the waste stream. I think that's really great.
I think as we go into it, Derek will be the big, because Derek keeps track of all that stuff. He sets all this stuff up. I mean, the composting has been a huge group effort with all the principals in town, the group that work with us. I mean, we're out there helping the kids sort their food, which is interesting.
But it just shows how forward-thinking everybody is, and that's really cool. So I want to thank everyone that does that as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor DeLarco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Mike, can you just overall give us what kind of condition our buildings are in, the whole town? You know what I mean? Like here, the schools, everything.
So our buildings are getting older, and I mean, we're keeping up with things, but all the complexes are really going to need, I mean, Jamie talked about Remington Jefferson,
Right.
which is older than the rest. That's a 1996. Keller Sullivan was 02. Horace Mann, Oak, ECDC was 04. But you're really coming to a point in those buildings where like fire alarm systems are old and then starting to get outdated and costing more to maintain. The roofing systems are holding up pretty well, but that's one of the things, especially Remington Jefferson, is to replace that old metal roof up there. And
We've been saying that for a few years, Mike.
I know, and the HVAC systems, I mean, the chiller at Remington Jefferson was put in, it was bought in 1995. It's very rudimentary, it's not that efficient. We gotta start getting on that. And the reality is, I mean, it seems like yesterday to me that we opened this building, but we did put a new heating system, boilers in this last fall, and there are more things happening. The fire stations, fire station was 2008, the other fire station was 2000. Senior center, I mean, we are gonna have to start putting more money into
To the building.
these buildings.
That was my question.
Okay.
Answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor DeLarco. Councilor Chandler?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
I'll get back to the numbers here a little bit, just so, for the people at home, when they wonder why there's no money. Back in 2021, our electric bill in your budget was 1.3 million. Now it's over 2 million. So it just shows you just these last few years, it's skyrocketed.
So what happened was, and it happened to every person who has a home. Most of you in Franklin hopefully had bought into the aggregation, which is a big deal and saved you a fortune this winter. But National Grid is legally required to bid their electric supply requirements twice a year, once in March, once in October. And at the time they bid in October, gas was like $10 a decatherm, super expensive. To put it in perspective, when we had bid our previous electric supply and signed a 4-year contract, gas was $2 a decatherm. The war and stuff has caused problems with that, but right now, both electricity and gas are suffering from like a global problem here. And right now, even my solar farm, even the low rate for now is 37 cents. At the high, it was 44 cents. So electricity we did lock in a 4-year deal for 13.9 cents a kilowatt on electric back about a year ago. And we did lock in a number. Gas did drop from $10 a decatherm to $4 a decatherm, and we bought a 2-year gas contract just earlier this year. So those two items have gone off the charts.
One,
Oh, good.
thank you.
Jamie?
A bit of good news is that Mike just pointed to something that I felt was really important, which is the 13.9 per kilowatt is for 4 years. And in my side business on this, like that I do on the side, we analyze global markets of energy. I know, right? And in all seriousness, like there's a lot of debate, right, in the energy markets. Do you wait for a recession? Will one come? Are the prices going to go down? But the bit of good news on this, that rate is locked in for 4 years. So next year, as long as the electricity usage is the same, we should not see the huge spike in increase in costs in FY 25, 26, and 27, which means there's more predictability, there's fuel security, we can turn on the lights, and we should stave off, at least for the next few years, any huge increases, Councilor Chandler, that you just pointed out, which is a huge increase. It's $760,000 in 1 year of an increase, and that's because the contract that we were used to be under was on a much lower rate. But I felt it was important to make sure that we had that sustainability in the budget, so we were not susceptible to any other major cost increases down the road. Because the truth of the matter is, nobody can really firmly predict this stuff perfectly. So financial stability was key on that decision. Thank you.
one more quick one.
Sure, go ahead, Counselor Chandler.
Mike, you got I went, huh, when I saw this. You have a line item that says telephone for 204,000? That's a hot?
No,
That's a please explain?
Yeah.
telephone has actually gone down over the years. Right now, we're probably spending less on telephone than we've ever spent the entire time I've been in Franklin. We changed, but it is about that. So all the schools, all the town buildings, all our dial tone comes in. We did make a change about 3 years ago, and the savings that we got from going from one large dial tone provider to another large dial tone provider, and to do this, we needed voice over IP telephones, and so with the savings that year, which is coming close to an end, we did a 5-year lease to buy for all new telephone systems in all the town buildings. So that's actually in that. But dial tone has become, when I first got here, the school alone was paying $400,000 or $500,000 just in telephone costs a year. And that's when we started putting in telephone systems, taking a small number of lines and letting them get used by a large group of people, and that's what really saves the money. Now, it's doing what I just said, going for different dial tone providers as we go, so.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Counselor Chandler. Counselor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not sure if this is a Mike question, a Jamie question, or a God question, so forgive me. At previous presentations, Mike, you've talked about Davis there, and you've talked about it being approximately $100,000 expense to the town. I'm just rounding up your numbers. Given that we're now going into our second fiscal year of that building being empty and not used, we have a subcommittee that will eventually be starting to meet and figuring out its purpose. But I just wonder creatively, and again, I'm not really sure who to pose the question to, so I'm just going to throw it out there. Is there a way that $100,000 expense could come out of operating and go into, I don't know, some sort of a deferred fund or a capital fund or one of our rainy day funds to sustain it until we figure out what to do with the building and free up a little bit of money for things that we actually need right now? Because to me, it just seems like a gigantic waste of money. I know we got to keep it heated and we got to keep it insured and, minimal amount of lights and stuff. But for a building that nobody's going in and using, I just wonder if there's a different way we could be looking at it. That's all.
Jamie?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. It's definitely not God's answer, but I will say that I wanted to say that really badly, but it's not. I think we could talk offline, maybe when we get the committee up and going. I'm hoping to make the nomination appointments in June. Obviously, we've been flat out with a lot of other work to do. I think that's probably best for the subcommittee to talk about. Ultimately, though, Councilor Cormier Ledger, to do the electricity, the heat, those things, those are basic operating costs. They're never going to go away. So if they're not in the operating budget, we've got to find another way to pay for them somewhere else. I think what the committee may look at, and I'm just going to say it out of try to crack a joke, but when I said in my memo, once we get it cleaned out and, we have to evaluate the ADA status depending on a use. If there was a temporary use, like leasing a parking lot or leasing out some spaces inside, you could offset that cost. I can tell you if we made it into a pickleball tournament house, we would easily pay those costs due to the popularity of pickleball. Just stick a pickleball net in each classroom and just let them go and just go for it, right? I mean, it is funny, but I will tell you that would cover the cost for it, given how rabidly popular pickleball is. I think the Adirondack Club would back that up. I only say that just as a sidebar to have people think way outside the box, Mr. Chairman, like way outside the box, to think about maybe ways before an actual use is declared, or whatever the building's gonna do, that could be, 10 years or 5 years away. Could take a long time. So how do we offset the cost? I think would be hopefully the consideration that the subcommittee would take a look at, because I think that Councilor Kamara-Ledger does bring up a good point. If we can at least offset that, maybe it'll pay for itself somehow. Just some thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. All set, Councilor.
Yeah, again, I was really just bringing it up to make sure it's
And
on
I
somebody's
understand.
radar.
I guess
that's all.
one of my main concerns would be, in order for the public to use that building, you'd have to bring it up to some sort of ADA standards. And the cost associated with doing that is staggering, for sure. So, but that's not to say that we should not be thinking
Right.
way outside the box.
It's still an asset, and we're
Yep.
paying a lot of money for no one to use it,
Yep.
right? So we're just,
Absolutely.
just bringing it up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other counselors? Go to the audience. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to speak on public property and buildings? Anyone out there in Zoom land? Seeing none, we will move on. The next item held is another Fab Five, is the police, and he's quickly to jump to the chair.
Put me in the hot seat.
Finally gets to sit down.
And just before we start with the questions, I'd just like to throw one thing out. Chief, I was fortunate enough to watch the Finance Committee on Zoom from Hong Kong. And I saw your presentation on why the new officers are needed. For those who may not have been watching, can you explain why this investment is critical this year?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The easy answer is we've been understaffed for over 2 decades. If you've read my budget memos over the last 5 and 6 years, I've continually talked about where we were in the year 2000, when the department was budgeted for 54 police officers. We only got to 54 police officers last year. So that means for the last 23 years, there's been no growth in the police department. We never got to 54 back in 2000. We only got to 50. And then we dropped all the way to 38. And then slowly climbed back up until we were 46 in 2016, when I became the chief. And then over the last less than 7 years, we've been able to gain 8 through different maneuvers and so forth. The town's contributed some. We've done some outside-the-box thinking with the new schedule, moving some overtime funds, et cetera. So we really haven't had an increase. And we're running at 1 officer scheduled on the patrol shift over the minimum being the minimum number of officers necessary to make sure that we have enough officers to answer our call for service volume and make sure that the officers are safe. And we've never had more than 1 over the minimum, not for an extended period of a 24-hour period of time. You also know that we've hired 31 police officers over the last 6.5 years, which means we've been at full staff for 4 weeks in 2 different 2-week installments over the last 6.5 years. We're not at full staff now. So that's, full staff, whatever we're budgeted for, that's the number of officers we have. In general, we have met what I would call we've exceeded our volunteer overtime capacity, which means that when we go below the minimum, we have to fill shifts with overtime. We budget the overtime. We have the money. But what happens when we have a shift that needs to be filled, it's put up to bid. If it's a week in advance, vacation, whatever. If not, it gets basically paged out and officers call up if they want it. If nobody voluntarily accepts an overtime shift, they get ordered to work. What does ordered to work mean? You don't have a choice. We're a paramilitary organization. We're public safety. We need to make sure we have the staff needed to be able to answer the calls for service. You have no choice. And we only order the people that are working on that day, which means you're either coming in early. You can't get ordered for the time that you're scheduled to work your 10-hour shift. So you either come in early or you have to stay late. In fiscal year 22, patrol officers in total were ordered 1,560 hours. There are 30 assigned to the patrol division and another 10 that are patrol officers that work in specialized services. 1,560 hours divided by 40 is 39 hours in a year. So technically, if it was, and it's not evenly distributed, because some of the offices are off on weekends, and then they couldn't get ordered or whatever else. It's not an average, but if it was an average, it would be another week, a week that you're ordered to work. I can tell you that 15 years ago, people didn't get ordered but a shift a year, if that. There's a combination of different things in play, and one of them is that the newer generation, the veterans, people that have been on, like myself, some others, I think Brian Chandler was probably, Councilor Chandler from that generation. We coveted the extra overtime work, and we would work. Sometimes we would work 70-plus hours a week. We were probably dumb, and they're the ones that are smart, and they're spending time at home with their families, and they're raising their kids. I'm amazed that mine are 19 and 21. Like, where did that go? But either way, they're not interested in working all the time. And this is not a Franklin thing. This is not a Massachusetts phenomenon. This is all throughout law enforcement, all throughout public safety in general. The way that we do business in hiring less people than what is necessary and then filling the gaps with overtime is not going to continue to work. And us not being only staffed to a level that allows us to only do a schedule that provides for one over the minimum necessary is not where we should be, never where we should have been. And I'm asking for these 4 offices so that we can plug that hole and be able to provide a schedule that will allow, when full staffed, 2 offices over the minimum for 20 out of 24 hours every day for 365 in a year. And that's the reason I'm asking for them. Not so that we can get to a magic number. It would bring us to 58, which the average number for offices in departments that service a town of similar population is 59. But that technically is really that's one of the reasons. The other thing is when we're at the minimum, I don't have an extra officer to put towards directed patrol, is what we would call for traffic enforcement. So the only time they can do traffic enforcement is when they're basically on shift and they happen to have some downtime. There's nothing like getting all set up, ready to rock, and do some traffic enforcement and get a call and have to go answer a call for service. It gets aggravating after the 3rd or 4th time. We understand that. We understand that they're trying, but when we're at the minimum, we just don't have the extra offices to use towards that traffic enforcement. Love the radar boards. They do a great job, the sign boards and so forth. But it's not the same thing as seeing an officer doing traffic when you've requested it or your neighbors have requested it, or the fact that we pull somebody over and we can start that education process, trying to get them to slow down and so forth. Now, there are other things that will allow us to do. I know, Councilor Chandler mentioned sending people to the academy. I've mentioned it 100 times. I can't send somebody to the academy because we don't have the staff to be able to be without an officer for an entire year, which is what it takes when you end up hiring somebody and sending them off to the academy in a 13-week field training. It's a full year that shift would remain open, which would then include the officers back in the department getting ordered potentially to work those overtime shifts that become available.
Thank you, Chief. I just thought it was important for everybody here and everybody listening and on Zoom to, if they hadn't heard the explanation, to hear the explanation. So, questions from the council. Councilor Cormier-Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, I know in the past you've talked about, you've kind of reached capacity with headquarters, and we're looking at, trying to find the money in a subcommittee to build a new one. But if you bring on these new personnel, you feel confident that you have adequate space for them?
I mean, we're not adding to specialized services, so not to like detectives and community service officers that need a desk and a work area. Yeah, it's gonna get tight in the locker room. It's already tight in the locker room, let's put it that way. People with 2 lockers might now only have 1. Maybe some of the officers that live in town, like myself, will dress at home. I don't have a locker. None of my command staff, I believe, has a locker. They use their office, and we've provided small lockers in their office. But we'll make do, because they don't want to get ordered.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. Councilor Chandler.
Of course, thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Yeah, Chief, I just feel terrible about all these people getting ordered. I mean, how would you people feel if you're about to go on vacation the next morning and you're like, nope, you're working 10 hours till 6 a.m. I mean, it's not a good feeling. And like you said, it sounds like people, the newer generation wants to, spend more time at home. I'll be honest with you, I can remember my father taking my kids to games and saying, take the shift, go work. Because that was his mentality, make the money.
Yeah.
And, that's just all how I thought. And I know you worked a double every day when, I remember. And so we need these people. And another thing you didn't mention is maybe by getting those offices, it could help the budget for the next fiscal year, right?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. We expect that there is going to be a decrease in overtime. That's why we're doing it. We didn't decrease the overtime shifts now in this budget because, number one, we've never had anything to go off before, so I don't know exactly what's going to happen. So I'm hoping that if we can attain the officers, if you give us the funding to be able to hire the additional 4, that we'll be able to hire them immediately, get them on hopefully by October, which will give us a 4-month period before we start this whole thing all over again, because budgets are going to be due in January, February, that we'll be able to compare to and be able to look at those numbers from previous fiscal years and say that we can't. The other thing was, if you say no, I couldn't end up cutting the budget for the overtime because I'm going to need it. So yes, we do expect it. I just don't know exactly what those numbers are, hoping that it'd be somewhere in the range of maybe $100,000 or more, which would definitely pay for basically one of the more than one of the 4 that we would be putting on.
Lastly, just a comment about Tri-County, just so people at home know, they pay for part of an officer for that high school, which helps.
That is correct.
And just last, I had one other question from a resident. You don't have to go into the education incentive, but that's at $870,000. But basically, there's no one that doesn't agree that an educated cop is better than a non-educated one.
Yep.
I think they're much better with the public and just in general. So I just want to make that comment too.
Yep.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. Any other councilors? Councilor DeLarco?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief. The forced overtime, as a union person, it brings morale down a little bit, and that's not good, especially in your profession, you know what I mean? So, you definitely need these 4 officers, and it's not just you, it's not just you guys about working overtime. In my profession, but I'm group 1, so we can't force them, you guys can because you're group 4, but I waited 40 years because when I first got on, all the old timers used to say, don't worry about it, kid, you'll get your turn. And I'm getting more overtime at 62 now because none of these young kids want to work. I waited 40 years to tell the young kids, wait till your turn, kid, he goes, when you get up. They just don't want to work. It's incredible, but that's not has anything to do with it. It's just a morale issue. Your morale would be much better if you're not telling these people you have to work it out. If you tell people they have to work, it's not going to work, in my eyes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I totally agree,
Yeah.
Councilor DeLarco, and we're doing a lot of stuff that's like wellness related and all that, which is, how can I blame them if they want to spend more time with their families and watch their kids grow up and so forth? Like I said, it's just a new dynamic, and it's something we need to do, and this is just the beginning of hopefully trying to do that. Like I said, law enforcement in general depends on the overtime, because it's cheaper than hiring employees and the benefits and all that, I get that, but
Right.
we just can't balance the budget on overtime as much as I think we used to, because you had a lot of people that coveted the extra work.
Right.
Not to say that none of them do, and like you, I wish I wasn't salary, but I am. So.
I know. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Councilor DeLarco. Councilor Sheridan?
Yeah, Chief, so you said for a town our size, the ideal number would be 59?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Excellent question, Councilor Sheridan. Yeah, I look at 15 towns, all with a population of between 29 and 36,000, which is difficult to find towns of our size, in Massachusetts, a lot of smaller. But yeah, out of the 15 towns, averaged them out, you're looking at 32,571 was the average population, and the average swarm was 59.2. So for example, like Braintree, 35,000 residents, 84 police officers. Norwood, 29,000 residents, 61 police officers. Natick, 33,061. Lexington, 33,050. Randolph, 33,059. Watertown, 35,068.
Wow.
You know, so it kind of runs the gamut a little bit. I can find you plenty too that are under 30,000, but for whatever reason, they have, 58, 59, 60 officers, trying to keep some semblance. And then once you go up to, like 39, 40, 41, they're all in the 70s.
Okay. So how about like those same towns, how about your overall budget compared to them? What do you think?
Usually when we compare our budgets to others, I mean,
Yeah.
we're gonna be 7 million. It's low.
Low? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Councilor Frangillo?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for all you do and your team does to keep us safe. Appreciate that. You addressed the overtime. That was the biggest one. It was sort of like, waiting to see where the savings would be. So hearing that they'll be coming, that makes sense to me. And that's why we adjust budget throughout the year. One of the questions I had was, okay, you made a clear case for needing 4 officers and for increasing personnel. I think that there are a lot of departments that can make pretty good cases for increasing their personnel. 7% at once, right? 4 officers at once. That's a pretty substantial increase. And maybe this is even a question for Jamie, but is there a reason for 4 at once as opposed to dropping it in and getting us closer? Because 4 at once here means 4 that aren't somewhere else.
Great question. I thought you were going to ask something else, but the chief can probably best explain the shift schedule is why 4 are critical at once, as opposed to 1 and 1, as opposed to 1 a year or something like that. The 4 is basically where you're going to get the shift schedule rotation for the overtime savings. Otherwise, you're only adding 1 person to 1 shift. I think the chief just said 20 hours out of 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. If you had 1 officer, you'd have a fraction of that. Is that correct?
Correct. Don't forget that the entire patrol division is broken up into 2 groups. Right now, there's 15 patrolmen and 3 sergeants in one group, 15 patrolmen and 3 on the other, and a sergeant that splits between the 2. So for every shift that you add on one side, you'd have to basically add a shift on another to be able to cover the full thing. So 2 would only end up basically helping out for 1 squad and not the other. You need the 4 to be able to get to the, 2 over the minimum for the 20 hours. For the 20 hours a day. We haven't even talked about raising the minimum yet. Like, we're not, we can't even do that because we don't have the numbers. We're working on the same minimums that we did back in 2000. We haven't gained anything. The town isn't smaller than it was 23 years ago. There's not less traffic than there was 23 years ago. It's, like I said, 23 years ago, we're at the same number of bodies, which we never got to, but that the town agreed at that time was necessary to properly and professionally police the town of Franklin. So there's nothing, it's time. And like I said, if you want to go back, read the budget narratives for the last 5 years. Every budget narrative I've done starts with that. It starts with you're going to eventually get to a point where your call for service volume is going to exceed. Didn't really foresee 5 years ago, you won't see that, but this whole thing about a culture change with some of the officers working. But have I asked Jamie every year for more officers? Yeah. Do I put it in the budget? No. Why? Because it tells me we don't have the money. So part of it is I think it's our time, and we've also really worked hard to come up with, if in 2016 we were at 46 and we're now at 54, that's 8. Like Officer Chandler said, half is a deal that we made, myself and the people from Tri-County, to do an intermunicipal agreement that allows for a 50-50 split. 5 of the offices come from the 4 and 4 10-hour shift schedule and shifting the money. 1 of the offices comes from cobbling together a whole bunch of different things, including going to a different range so we can shoot lead instead of non-frangible ammo, which is twice the cost, et cetera, et cetera. As I've said a couple of times, there's no more rabbits up the sleeve. I cannot find any place else in the budget to rip anything else out or to reduce stuff to try to get us more bodies. So this is us asking for, we really could use this because I don't want to lose officers that will go to another department because that department's not getting orders as often because they're more properly staffed. I mean, we've done a lot to be able to get these offices that we have due to some of the things like paying what used to be the Quinn bill, the full Quinn, instead of when 2012, when they got out of civil service, that the newer officers weren't getting the Quinn bill. And we said, this isn't gonna work. And there's a number of different things that the town administrator, the administration, and the unions have worked together to make sure that we are a department that people wanna come to. And even when they do, we're having a tough time finding people right now. You know, we have a thing out there in the hope that this goes through, so that we'd be able to move quickly on it, and I hate to say it, but the quality of the people that are applying are nowhere near what it was even 3 years ago. So to lose any of the fantastic people that we have right now, which we've done very, very well, that would just be horrifying to me. So I hope that that's not going to be the case.
Yeah.
You still have the floor.
Thank you. My other follow-up, and again, you know, we said this at the beginning, we'll say it again, like, you know, if we could say yes to everything, we'd say yes to everything. So I apologize for the, you know, sort of the scrutiny in this one. This just happens to be our largest new discretionary expenditure. My other question was, you know, how long does it take to hire, and is it possible to slow walk, not the number, but similar to the other way, where if they're only going to end up working half the year because it takes some time to, did that ever make sense?
Jamie,
Mr.
you want to
Chairman,
take this?
It totally makes sense. In terms of the question that you just made, what doesn't make sense is that appropriation. Why? Next year, you're going to face the exact same problem. So you're right back, you don't really gain anything on a policy like that in this situation with the 4 officers, right? So you may be able to, say, cut that in half theoretically, and say you gain impact is going to come back up even higher, just like the regional dispatch center, just like some of the other things we've talked about. You're going to get hit with a larger amount on the tax levy, occupying that tax levy, so you're just systemically making next year even more difficult. The second piece I would say is, you know, in terms of the recruitment, we have to be ready, as the chief said, to be able to hire the best people we can find. And if I have to wait until January or February or something of that sort, you know, you could end up losing the quality of officers that you really, you know, obviously desire. I know that's challenging. I know that may not be, you know, exactly. We lost already a couple. This is just a tough issue. And we used to have 200 people, 250 apply for our police exam 10 years ago, 8 years ago. You're getting 30, 40, 50 now. So I think this is also an issue where, you know, the issue of law enforcement, for whatever reason, is not becoming as appealing of a field to be in. And we have to use every advantage we can to be competitive. And the 2 officers, I don't want to overstate it and say, geez, they left just because of this issue. It wasn't just this one issue, it was a package of issues. Yeah, right. But to TJ's point, those two were really, really, really good. And it hurt when he told me, just because I knew them well and knew that they had a really bright future. But I think it speaks to the challenges of law enforcement in general, the salaries, the overtime. Just remember, every 4th of July, every officer in the Franklin Police Department must be here in Franklin for the 4th of July festival. That's a tough thing for some people to digest. And so anything we can do to try to make that investment up front, you know, is key. I don't know if there's anything I missed. Is there any other thoughts here, TJ?
No, I mean, I agreed with everything you said. I mean, our hope is that we would get some transfer candidates, some good ones that would come on, and like I said, hopefully be, you know, through with field training and available and working as of October. That would be long. I mean, we've already started to advertise, you know, not because we just assumed that you would give us the funding, but on the hope that you did, and if they didn't, that we would just pull the advertisement. But we are looking to, you know, to try to get some decent transfers, because I don't want to wait a full year, you know, and try to get a, you know, somebody that we have to put through the academy. Once we group to apply that we'd like, we might be able to get it through the testing and all that.
That's very helpful. Thank you again, and thank you again for all your officers do to keep us safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Councilor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. TJ, thank you for being here. I also watched your presentation at the FinCom meeting, but I wasn't in Hong Kong. I was actually in the audience, so I was a little bit luckier. But you paint the picture and you create a story that I think most people can understand, and I hope everyone gets a chance to see. Is that presentation up? Yeah, it's on the. Oh, Jamie has
People
it.
can click, any people would ask for it, so.
I ask everyone, if you're asking if this is necessary, to actually take a look at that presentation. Of course, we want everyone to be safe. We want the community to be safe. We want our police officers to be safe as well. That's one of the things I worry about. If we don't have enough officers out there, if they feel safe?
Right.
Obviously, we don't want to force them to go do overtime, because I don't even want to work the hours I have to work. I don't want to, I don't want to do any overtime. I understand that. There was I think everybody else asked the questions that I was going to ask, but Councilor Chandler brought up a question about sending a local kid to get trained, and how much would that cost to do that?
It's not a tremendous cost. I mean, you pay, if we were to hire them, then we pay them while they're at the academy.
Okay.
It's the minimum, they're not part of the collective bargaining agreement, but they get the minimum, and then the $3,000 tuition hour, right, it's been a while, so it might even be more now, that we've ever paid. We would pay that on their behalf in this. We've sponsored candidates before, and we have put people through the academy over the last 6.5 years. It's just, as I stated before, when you only have one over the minimum,
Right.
and you're constantly short because you have people leaving and this and that, the difference between hiring it can take, if all works out well, within 3 months, maybe 4 max, you can get a transfer through you advertise, you interview, they go through their pre-employment screenings, background checks, all that, and then they come on and they do a 4 or 5 week, depending on how many years they've been on, the job and working, field training. But a new recruit, it's 22, 23 weeks in the academy. It's 13-week field training. And then that 3 months beforehand of all that pre-employment. It's a full year that slot on the schedule is empty.
Okay.
So every time that slot comes up.
And you're paying them to go get that training as well, right? So it comes out of the budget, out of your budget, to pay them to go through all the training.
It would be the salary for,
salary,
if we're budgeted for 58 and we were gonna put, 54 now, and we were gonna put 4 in the academy.
Yeah.
Then we'd use the budget for the 4 officers would be to put them through, that pay them while they were in the
Right,
academy.
right.
It's just, we wouldn't realize them on the
Right, it takes a
schedule
year for them to
for
be-
12 to 13 months.
Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you. I was just curious.
And when we now have 2 regularly at 58 with 2, 34 in patrol, and we have the 2 over the minimum, it will give us the option to possibly send somebody because we're
Yes.
not as short. It would open it up.
Thank you. That's what I was.
Exactly, that's what I was
I was
thinking
thinking
when you
that,
were talking.
well, if we
Yeah.
had
That'd be a good thing.
58,
Yeah.
we could do it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, Chief, I don't even think I need to mention how great our police force is and how wonderful our police officers are. I think one of the most disheartening thing that comes out of this conversation tonight is that our officers are actually being ordered to work. I certainly wouldn't want to cut into their families or anything else like that. And I recall our conversation back in 2016 when you talked about having to meet the number of officers that were necessary, and you have, in fact, put off many years, and now you've finally come to the point where it's become a necessity. And the last thing I want to do is jeopardize the town's safety and well-being. So I'm going to do whatever I can do in support with my councilors to try to meet those needs, because it has become difficult to find hires in the police force. It's unfortunate because many of my friends growing up were police officers, some from Watertown, many of them are retiring. And much of the feedback I'm getting from the retirees is it's just not what it used to be. So it's really hard to keep and maintain good personnel, and that's the last thing I want to do is lose any of our good officers. But I'm truly going to look deep into how we can do our best to find these 4 officers for you, because to me that's a necessity. There are two crucial things in this community, fire and safety. And trying to maintain those has always been a challenge. It's getting that much more difficult. But you've got my support when it comes to trying to find those 4 officers. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Any other councilors? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak or have a question on Department 210 Police? Please, just name and address.
Okay, up here.
Yes, please. And I think Mr. Sherlock will adjust as necessary.
Carol O'Neill, 11 Colt Road. It's more like a comment. I just want to render my opinion insofar as officers and young people in general wanting to spend more time with their family. That's a good thing, all right? That's a good thing. And perhaps it might have some influence as to maybe in the future so many kids won't be out wandering the streets. Who knows? But that's a good thing, and so we don't want to look at that negatively as we approach this new era in our lives, you know?
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on Department 210 Police? Is there anyone out there in Zoom land that would like to speak on Department 210 Police? I'd say, Chief, get out while the getting's good. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, next department held is another one of the Fab Five, Department 220, Fire. Chief McLaughlin.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to stand at the podium, but I didn't want to make him look bad, so I'll sit down too.
I was sure that was the case. Okay, just to help in the questions from the council and the community, Chief, could you give us, the community, an update on the call volume and mutual aid?
Yes,
Please.
Mr. Chairman, in calendar year 2022, that was the first year that the department went over 5,000 calls. We actually did 5,120 calls. Mutual aid also went up in proportion to that. We had roughly 250 calls in '22 of mutual aid calls in. We rented mutual aid out around 150 calls. So the numbers are steadily going up, and it's and that's part of the rationale, the strategy we have going forward to address the mutual aid numbers going up with the plan for the 2 new firefighters that we've got in this proposal for this fiscal year.
How will those 2 new paramedics help the trend?
Our proposal is to have 2 firefighters. One would be an EMS captain that would work directly under the EMS battalion chief at headquarters 4 business days from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. That captain during normal business day would do some internal training, more external training with town employees. We do a lot with the senior center now, do more with the school nurses perhaps, with the public health director, work with the Safe Coalition. We want that person to be more involved in the EMS side. We'll also have a succession lane in the EMS division with an EMS captain and an EMS battalion chief. In addition to that, during those 4 days, that officer will be prepared to man the 3rd ambulance that's at headquarters. We have a 3rd ambulance at headquarters. It's in great condition because we are fortunate that we get our vehicles replaced on a great timeline. That truck has everything but the personnel. It has everything but the personnel, and we would use that if both ambulances were out of service. We could put that truck in service instead of relying on a mutual aid company. The other firefighter that we have in this proposal is a firefighter that would be assigned the same exact schedule. They would work at headquarters, and that firefighter would be responsible for maintaining that ambulance, making sure it's ready to go, and also the ladder. Our first 2 ambulance at headquarters cross-mans with the ladder. So a lot of this, we talk about putting that 3rd ambulance in service, which is great. But this is also a twofold issue that we're getting taken care of, where we also have that ladder is more readily available to have personnel on it if our ambulance is out on another call or at Milford Hospital. So we think it's a real win-win. It certainly is outside the box, if I may. this firefighter that would get hired would be working just days, would not work a traditional 24-hour shift. It might be a good opportunity for a firefighter who doesn't want to work nights. It might give a senior firefighter the opportunity to work that schedule with their home, with their kids, or if their spouse has another job that works nights. So it's going to give that opportunity, open that up. But we think it's going to be the right thing to do. I'll tell you, today was a blue sky Wednesday in May in Franklin, and our engine one was about 2 hours in Millis working a 3-alarm fire in the apartment building. Our other engine two was doing multiple calls with the 2 ambulances that got sent out on different calls. And we had a third ambulance come in, and they came in from Plainville, and it was a very serious ALS call. And the Plainville ambulance had to take people off for our second engine for extra help to bring them to the hospital. So just a Monday in May here in Franklin, and that's what we went through just this morning. So the need is there. The statistics, as you see in our narrative, show that Monday through Friday, 7 to 5, that's the peak time. That's when we're getting most of these runs. So we think this is the perfect way to take our first step in. If we wanted another ambulance right now, we'd have to ask you for 8 firefighters. That's not reasonable. We just think it's the first step in the right direction. I said it at the Finance Committee. I think the department, I think the town right now is having growing pains between the second ambulance and the third. And we think this is probably the most cost-effective way of taking care of it now, at this point in time.
I like the fact that you're looking at this thinking outside of the box. How often, and you may not have these numbers, how often are both our ambulances out and we have to call in mutual aid?
So if that mutual aid number that I gave you for 22, so 250, they're not all EMS calls, but the vast majority of them are EMS calls. Sometimes it would be, but also with that, even though it's not an EMS call, if that first ambulance is out and it's a fire call, then we have to rely on a mutual aid ladder to come in. That's part of that number as well, because we have no one to man that ladder truck. So the majority of it is EMS, but part of this mutual aid that we talk about also affects fire calls as well, not being able to man the ladder. That's why we think with these 2 people, we'll be able to take care of both problems that we have, and we certainly will have the advantage of getting the extra revenue from the ambulance billing, but it's also very important to have that vehicle at someone's house when they need it. And those trucks, besides being able to transport to the hospitals, they also have all the medications that the engine companies do not have. The engine companies are trained exactly like the people in the ambulance. They're all medics. Everyone in this job is a paramedic. But ambulances, not only with the stretchers, they also have the added medications that we want to get to the patient as soon as possible, in addition to a quick transport.
Thank you, Chief. I'm glad to see you sitting here and not asking for another vehicle.
Oh, that's coming.
Questions from the council? Councilor Sheridan.
Sort of the same question as for police chief. How is your manpower compared to other towns our same size?
Right around us, we're like the big fish in a small pond. Most of the communities around us have a lot less population, less amount of firefighters. If you look at the Natics, the Norwoods, and Needhams, those departments have more of the size of residents within the town. The call volume as well. In fact, we do more call volume than some of those towns that I've listed, but they're like in the 70s, some of those towns.
Okay.
In fact, Natick has, is it Natick? I believe Natick has 4 stations, believe it or not. But this number we're at right now, I think this is putting us in the right direction to properly staff the 2 stations that we have right now. So we're really, I would say we're under as far as the size compared to those departments with that kind of volume count and resident count.
I assume the budget would be the same then.
That's correct. And as far as, like, some people ask about the pays, we're basically right in the middle of the pack, both with the communities around us and right in the middle of the pack. We did our comps before we went into the collective bargaining last year, and we had the Renthams, Plainville, Medway. They were all slightly under, but they got CBAs in the interim, so they've come right up to us. Well, we've also got the Westboroughs was about 4% more. Randolph was 11% more. Milford's 12% more. So we're like right in the middle of the range as far as that goes.
How about towns with I'm sure like Rentham probably doesn't have the call volume that you have, like
Rentham's call value, I think they're in the 3,000 somewhere. Don't hold me to that. I think they're in the 3,000s, maybe 3,400.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Councilor Frangillo.
I just want to underline what's been said by the last two people. Thank you again for coming out, and thank you for your officers as well for keeping us safe. I want to underline, this is now the second department in a row that's made a very clear case for why they're understaffed and under where we would ideally have them be to have the quality of service that we want. I think it's important to remember as we walk through the budget, there's going to be focus on schools, and we'll get to those comments. At every piece, there's aspirations of where we would like to be, and at every one, we're just below the ability to actually provide that service.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Any other councilors? Councilor DeLorco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How you doing, Chief?
Good, Councilman.
Thank you guys for all you do. I know how hard it is, but curiosity, now, the two paramedics, my question is, are you having a hard time finding paramedics?
We're one of the fewer departments in the state that require it to apply.
Right.
And we definitely want to keep that standard there. And we think we stay ahead of the game with the pace we're going. I think we're going to be okay. We've got an application period open right now for the whole month of May. And I think at this point, we have maybe 18 or so applicants. However, not all of them are medics. They're stating their interest. They're either in medic school or they're going to go to medic school. So what we do with that pool is we have a night with them, an open house, to make sure we show them the Franklin Fire Department so we don't lose them. So once they get done with their studies, that they would aspire to be here to work in Franklin. But there's the advantage to that is we don't have to incur the cost. To become a paramedic is a huge cost. It takes up to 2 years to get that. We don't have to do, a lot of towns that hire a firefighter that's not a medic, they incur that cost. When they go to class, they also have to cover that firefighter while they're at school. Those are costs that we don't have to do in Franklin, and it's working out great.
No, that's
It's working out great.
I know over at Massport, you just have to be an EMT. You don't even have to be a
Right,
medic.
right. But we want to keep it at that level. That's our goal.
That's a good idea.
Yep.
So just kind of curious.
Thank you, Councilor DeLarco. To pick up on Chief Lynch, Officer Chandler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. Hi, Chief.
Hi, Councilman.
I know Jamie has done some salary surveys, but I can say from this book, you're underpaid.
Yep.
Thank you. You don't have to respond to that.
Not with him next to me, no.
Secondly, again, for people at home, I can guarantee the Norwoods, Needhams, and everything else you said have more than one civilian working. That's all you have. One civilian in your budget.
We do. And,
That's incredible.
And she does a terrific job. She really does, Tracy. She does an amazing job. And, yeah, that's what we have right now. But we've got the staff as well. We're fortunate that we have the deputies and with the EMS. And now with this new EMS position, a lot of what she's had, we can take a lot of that off her plate. This EMS billing is a lot to it. And now we can kind of shift gears a little bit and give her a breather when it comes to that. So she does a great job, but it all works out well there.
And I have to support hiring this firefighter, because those hours alone will make a big difference.
Yes.
We appreciate
Yep.
you. We appreciate you doing that to save money.
Thank you.
I know not every single department can do what you do and what Chief Lynch does, but you've done a great job with that.
Thank you.
And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I mentioned the police, being educated. Everyone gets a paramedic stipend, which is great, but maybe you can tell us too that also you give an education incentive.
We do give an education. The stipend is contractual, obviously, and so is the education. And one thing we did a little different during the last contract that we're in right now, last July, is now we identified 8 degree programs that are pertinent to the fire service. If you have a degree program, that's great. They were getting money for whether they had an associate's, a bachelor's, or master's degree. Now we've narrowed that down to like 8 concentrations, where if you pursue that, it's more in our lane, in the fire service lane, paramedicine, fire science, emergency management. they pursue that, there's a little bit more of an incentive for the education incentive. But yes, we do that, and we do believe that makes a better, more productive, more professional workforce with the education. And we're one of the few departments that you do have to get the associates within your first 5 years of hire.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you,
Chief.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. Any other councilors? Anyone in the audience like to speak or have a question on Department 220 Fire? Anyone out there in Zoom land have a question on 220 Fire?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very
as
much.
always.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Run.
Thanks, everybody in the back.
Okay, next department held is Inspection Department. And Councilor Hamblin.
Yeah, is Gus here?
Gus is here, and I'm sure he'll find his way forward.
Good evening.
Hi, Gus. Through the chair to you, I wanted to make sure that everyone knew that you have taken on other duties, new duties, the weights and measures, and that the state decided to give to the town. I was wondering if that's added to your budget, and how much time that takes you, and what extra work you're doing now for us.
So through the chair, and we have a line item this year, I believe it's somewhere around $34,000, and that's to pay for a part-time sealer. We're waiting for the county commissioners to answer us back as to whether or not we're going to get someone from them to help us. They're trying to do a regionalization thing.
Okay.
And in the meantime, it's added a little bit to my workload, although the state has come in and assisted me as well, because being new at it, there's a few nuances that I didn't know about, and they've been more than accommodating, even though they kind of dumped us like a hot potato.
Yeah, it was kind of a shock, right?
Yeah.
So,
we had paid them X amount per year to do this service for us, and it was a deal and a half. So it was disheartening when it happened, when they let us go.
So it went that the people who own the things that need to be measured, right, would pay a fee, and then to the town, like how did the fee schedule work? Well, how did that work? And does the town now keep those fees? Does it pay for some of the services, or like a portion of the services?
We did in the past, we did make a little bit of money on it off of what we paid the state for a stipend, so to speak. And as we billed them, we did it through our department. There was a little bit of a profit, so it worked out very well. There'll probably be a little bit less this time of a profit to make. And I would say that our rates will probably have to be raised slightly to try to offset what we're going to spend for this part-time person. And I think we'll try to do it incrementally so that business owners aren't hit hard in the very beginning. And I think it'll work out fine, but that's...
So you think, so the fees then will pay for that person eventually? Is that what
I think eventually it will. I think in the
Okay.
beginning stages of it, it will not.
Right. But eventually that
I think
could
it'll
come out of
catch
your
up.
budget.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody knew that's what that was about. But thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. I know the town administrator has no problem forcing Gus to work. Questions from the council? Any others? Anyone in council chambers have a question on, let's see, Department 240 inspection? Anyone out in Zoom land have a question on Department 240 inspection? Gus, you're off the hook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gus. Okay. Hamlin was not held. The next department held is another Fab 5, 300, Franklin Public Schools. Come join us.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Lucas, Miriam. Okay. Questions from the council? And I think, I'm sure everybody has one. Why don't we start at one end and go to the other? Start at this end this time. Councilor Sheridan.
So I guess the same question. How does that budget compare to other towns our size?
Other towns our size, I think their budgets, if we look at per pupil expenditure, I left a document on your table. It was from the FinCom. I think it illustrates a few things comparably.
Yeah.
Just to open up and answer the question, the role I wanted to say this as I've listened tonight and listened through FinCom. The role I have is to advocate for schools and advocate for the students and the staff and what we need here. And anything we've asked for, I've heard this misinterpreted just throughout in the community. Anything we've asked for the school is not meant to be a situation where it's taken from another department in this town. And my feeling is if other departments have needs that need to be funded, like we've clearly heard from my amazing colleagues in other departments, then that's something that needs to be part of the conversation. I'm here. I've heard kind of three narratives that are occurring. I had two down, and then Kobe, you brought up a third one tonight that I thought I would mention. The first is there's a narrative around schools. I often field this around almost pitched as a burden to a community, to our community, and there's a narrative out there around that. The second narrative I hear is around I've heard, like, and Jamie acknowledged this earlier today, but operating in a bubble, but looking beyond our town, when we look at where we are in 13% in wealth for average, when we look at bottom 20% in funding, I think as a community, not a town council, as a community, these are just facts that we have to confront, because on one horse we're riding, it's almost every time that I've at least been a part of these meetings, it's where can we continue to make cuts and try to land a budget that's within reason, but that doesn't take away from other departments. I'm sensitive to that as a taxpayer here, a parent in this community, and someone who has benefited from all the resources from every department that's come before me. So I say that with the sensitivity that it needs. The second conversation is around how we're funding and what we're funding in the town. The third one, Kobe, that I wanted to bring up was around visioning. And I think my colleagues did a good job of articulating what would we do if we even had the vision. So I'm eager to answer that question. One thing I will say is year after year, I know since the budget allocation was recommended from the town administrator, we have been working really hard to land the number that you have before you in the packet to try to get there. It's resulted in approximately 24 non-renewals and 10 involuntary transfers. So the idea of visioning, I think we spend a lot of time trying to balance and trying to figure it out. But it's similar to saying, what would you do what kind of pool would you put in your backyard when you're having trouble paying the mortgage? So I would just say that I'm open to the conversation. I think I agree with you, Mr. Mercer, around trying to come together and become one town and one unified front on these pieces. But I just didn't want it lost in here around our advocacy for schools and I would not want us to be pitted, not that this isn't to any one individual against another department. It's about just saying what we think we need for the system and what we need for the students.
Understood.
Okay.
So on the same note, 25 non-renewals,
Yes.
what would that mean for the students?
We'll see impacts at the elementary, the middle, and the high school. Some are also in the curriculum realms. We're a human business, but we're also an academic institution. So part of the role that we have, it's like an organization with a research and development department. When you strip that out, if Toyota gets rid of that department, you've kind of hindered the amount of progress you can make and support you have. Larger than that, when you start looking at classroom teacher cuts and you look at classroom size, that's definitely one of the key indicators that we know over time. When you see classes increase, it has a direct impact. Also, the quality of teachers that we are able to recruit and retain. Similar to my colleagues around bandwidth and burnout, we saw 575,000 people leave education through the pandemic coming out. Hiring was tough. You may recall, if you listen to some school committee meetings, we had 117 people we needed to bring on board at one point in the summer. That was the peak. We were able to satisfy most of those positions. Some are still vacant. But ultimately, it certainly has had an impact on us. Just to call attention in that packet, if you were interested in looking at the net school spending, on slide 17, it answers your question around comparable stats, and what we did is the Hockomock League is something everyone knows and can relate to as an area, and is a great bar graph that shows that. So we're looking at, for our example, 9,400, and it gives the example in a pie chart. If there's Franklin, you can see, I'm sorry, 9,000,000, no, sorry. Yep. So there's a piece there that I just would point out around our percentages at 13% over net school spending. That's been discussed as well, but I just would point that out as while we are over, other districts within our community contribute more. So I pose that as a comment for the greater community who's actively engaged in listening, and folks in the audience as well.
So people are leaving teaching?
I mean, as an industry and a profession, yes. And do we see it here? Yes, but I think other communities do as well. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that as well, sir.
I'm shocked. So how about like user fees and bus rates, are they be affected too?
Fees are on the table
Yeah.
at this point. I know, Miriam, do you want to just weigh in on that?
Yeah, so there is we are in the midst of discussing fee increases for athletics and extracurricular activities. Our registration for transportation has already gone out for this year, and the budget subcommittee was not interested in the small fee increase that was suggested at the time. So that's not off the table at this point.
And how do fees compare to relative communities?
I think in some cases, we're a little higher than other communities, but there are plenty of communities that don't have any fees.
Okay. And finally, I guess, like class size, and how does Franklin compare to other communities, average class size?
We've tried to hit, through all of the cuts and reductions, tried to keep within the range of primary grades 18 to 22, and then 20 to 24 for our upper grades within there. I will say there are a few that are already, without any new move-ins or new enrollment, that are already tipping and hitting that point. And that's not a place you want to be, obviously, at this point in the year, knowing that there's a lot of people and movement that happens throughout the spring and the summer.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Councilor Frangillo?
Sure, thank you. I hope that it's becoming clear to my colleagues as well as to anyone watching that we simply don't have enough money to fund the quality of services that I think we all want to enjoy. The pot is just not big enough. Inflation in 2021 was 4.7%. Inflation in 2022 was 8%. We as a town are only allowed to increase our revenue by 2.5%. That alone means that we're millions of dollars in the hole in terms of what our dollar's worth compared to others. So if we want to not only improve services, but just keep level services, the services that you currently enjoy, we as a community need to have a serious conversation about increasing the pot beyond 2.5%. We can do that through an override, and I think we should have that conversation. I also will throw out, just because I tend to be this person, I think what often gets forgotten is new growth, and our ability to grow responsibly in a way that doesn't further add to our expenses is a key part to being able to afford the services that we enjoy. That's first and last. That is the most important thing that we're going to be talking about. I'm about to talk about this year and what we can do this year, but do not lose sight. The pot is not big enough to afford the services that we all want to enjoy. Some of the conversations, why have schools been focused on the most? I want to equally express my sort of disappointment for the exact wording of the budget narrative, and I want to make sure that we're continuing to be collegiate, but I'm also hoping to translate or underline what I think was a very real message that Jamie was trying to express in terms of our fears of the school budget. Three main fears of the school budget were being spoken to. One is that over the past 7 years, we've increased the school budget 3% annually. Again, we only are allowed to bring in 2.5% more annually, right? So we're already increasing beyond what we're able to bring in. This year, we now chose to increase the biggest line item, personnel, 4%, a very needed increase, a very deserved increase. Our teachers of all places need to be paid more. But again, we're talking about fears. We increased 4% this year, above what we're able to bring in, which is 2.5%. We're doing it again next year. We're doing it again the year after, right? These are the fears that are being talked about, that the math just can't work out, right? That the school budget alone is it has baked in, before getting the money, they baked in more money than we have as a community to give. If we just want to continue to provide level services of our schools, then we're going to have to substantially reduce other things. And then there's a sort of third fear, and this is what I can't speak as much to, which is maybe that there are more opportunities for innovative and sort of better use of money. So I do want to sort of at least establish or recognize that those are reasonable fears. And I'll go back to the larger point of, at some point we just need to increase the pot. But those who are frustrated or sort of weren't sure where the tension was coming from, I hope we can recognize that those are pretty reasonable fears. Okay. I appreciate that you put a vision, and I think increasingly we've been sort of asking our school committee and our school department to really tell us what it is you would want to look like. Because we get closer scrutiny over all other budget items, we get a clearer picture of where their ideal is and where they're falling short. And I'm glad that you guys did. And yeah, we can't fully fund that, but we as a community have a better understanding of what that could look like if we all chose to invest in ourselves. This year, though, and now my question goes more to Jamie. You talked about how, okay, we can't fund what they asked for fully. It's more than the amount of money that we actually brought in, the new money that we actually brought in this year. And you said that you want to give money to each place. But our general fund, because of new growth, because of our 2.5%, and because of moving stormwater out, and a few other efficiencies, we increased our general fund expenditures 4.2%. You say that you want to give a little to everything. I think as a community, we feel that if there's one place that we want to increase a little more than anything else, right? We're trying to find the perfect balance. We're very close to it. And we think that our schools are falling short, it's just generally as a community. With our general funds, we gave 11% increase to police, 9% increase to fire, 4% increase to DPW, 13% increase to general government, and baked into our original budget, a 1.5% increase for schools. Now, I appreciate that you've given us a roadmap to at least getting that to the 2.5%, which is essentially, their share in our new revenue. What brought us to that original 1.5%, right? Not fully funding them, but giving them less than we're giving all other departments.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the council. I think I've written about this for at least every 5 years I've been on as town administrator. I think Jeff wrote about this for years. I think the biggest challenge is that the cost drivers for the school district simply are just so far away from what we can manageably afford. It's challenging. You have to also think of the slideshow I gave a little earlier. When the facilities department represents 1 million out of the 1.3 million square feet, there's just a lot of other expenses on our side. Part of the rationale has also been my clear frustration, which has been exhibited recently. My clear frustration over really trying to do those solutions that we are talking about. For 13 years, I did this at Finance Committee. No one from the school community has come forward asking the council for an override. We've all known, and we've seen it on Miriam's slides in previous presentations. The request is 3.4 million, 3.5, 3.6, 3.8, 3.9, 4 million. Every year I put it up on the slide, we've gotten to the 2.5%, roughly around there. Some of this in some ways, everyone knows I have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, a plan E. That's my job. My job is risk management and to try to be as prepared as possible for any scenario that comes up. It's very uncomfortable and it can be very unpopular. But it's not just about raising revenue and giving more money. It's also analyzing the decisions that are getting made on how they spend the money. And I've written about this year after year after year, about the consistent options before the school district to change the paradigm shift of what's going on, to be able to come back to all of you and us and say, you know what? We've looked at everything, we've done everything we can, and I'm sorry, I just don't believe that that's happened. Is that a retaliatory mechanism? Absolutely not. Every single person in this room, including myself, I know for a fact is an ardent supporter and advocate for the public school district. I don't think there's a human being in this town that I've ever heard that wouldn't say the school district is the #1 priority. At some point this year, I had to say to folks, what is going on in terms of the expense side of things? And to look at the chiefs and to look at the other 25 department heads that I work with every day, and all of you know, I talk to hundreds and hundreds of citizens throughout the year, all the time, from various ages and backgrounds throughout the entire community. Yes, given the fiscal constraints this year, I did everything in the original budget to try to say everybody out there has to have some slice of the pie. As I've already articulated quite a bit, there's no way to fund it all for any one department. I think any department, we haven't even heard from Brutus yet, but my guess is that anyone could occupy that $3 million of new revenue, right? And so I have to be in some position as a check and balance to the system to look at others and say, are you doing everything? And in my view, I've written about it numerous times, I don't think that that's happening. Somewhere, somehow, we need to have the courage as a community, myself included, the school department included, the council, the school committee. We have to come together and start talking about some difficult things. I feel like we're avoiding them. I really do. We have to start to have some sobering conversations about what the future is. I'm not just worried about an override and a property tax increase as a tourniquet measure, rather than an investment in what parents today want to see as their educational outcomes. These are hard. They're very, very challenging. And in some ways, the proposal that came out initially was a first crack at the budget to try to see if we can get at least some sort of conversation started on those things. I've always had a plan B, and I'll be honest with everybody. Got plan C, plan D, and plan E. In my book, the budget process doesn't end today. It starts today. It actually starts back in October. But systemically, we've written about these challenges, and earnestly, these are tough discussions. So when the first budget came out as a crack, I said, I gotta get something out there, I gotta get something filed, I gotta at least represent every organization in the community. I always knew that we could go a little more, which is what you saw there, but ultimately, Councilor Frangillo, at some point, we need to start working together to figure out exactly what those expenditures are like. Are there different paradigm shifts out there that we can work on? And then also look for the value-added solutions for the future where parents are gonna say, yeah, I can go out there and advocate for that. And I can fight for the schools because I can see that my child's future is going to be brighter. So at the end of the day, you know, we all have to try to come together to talk about those things, and I think that unfortunately, they're gonna be very difficult. But I think it has to start tonight, and at least I hope, I feel better throughout tonight's meeting and the Finance Committee meeting, that we're all getting closer to that reality that we have to start working together to figure those things out. I hope that does at least some job in answering the question.
It does help. And again, I appreciate you providing that pathway to the 2.5%. If it's a priority, I go back to the Biden quote of "Don't tell me what your values are. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what your values are."
Wait. Please. Okay.
I think that, again, you touched upon, and I we walked through, and I think like the really real fear. I go back to my larger point. The pot is not big enough anymore. The pot is not big enough, and we as a community, if we want to have the fire that we want, if we want to have the police that we want, if we want to have the senior center that we want, need to have a conversation about increasing the pot. Most immediately within these budgets. I look forward and will be extremely disappointed if we don't make it the pathway to that 1.85 million. But I'd like going forward that we recognize and reflect the need to marginally, incrementally increase the funding and thus quality of our schools. Good.
All set? Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Councilor Hamblin?
I don't know if I want to go. No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo what Councilor Frangillo just said. The pot is not big enough. And I agree with Administrator Helen that we need to have these conversations, and they're not comfortable. We have to get out of our comfort zone and talk about the serious things. First of all, but then I just wanted to say, Lucas, when people say that the schools are a burden, that hurts, right? I mean, I think it hurts all of us. I think, that, to me, the schools, the people, young people in our community, they're part of our community, and that we need to take care of each other and take care of them. And I hope that you understand that there's no way I would ever think the schools were a burden. I mean,
I appreciate it. I'm not looking for any sympathy in that comment.
No.
It was just a.
No, I know.
I think it's kind of a known fact. I mean, I don't know. Maybe because I'm the face of the organization, I might, hear it more or see it more. But I didn't say that for like a plea for sympathy.
No, I
okay?
understand. I understand why you said it. And it just, it's one of these things where we need to accept the fact that we need good schools. We need to have the children in our community need to be able to have the education we want them to have. But the pot is not big enough. Right? I think we can all agree on that now. And I really didn't have any questions for you because I was at the FinCom meeting and I watched you give this presentation, which is another one I think everyone should take a look at. Lucas went through the day in the life of a student and how many teachers and people and adults that touches this children's life and how they get through the day. It's really impressive what happens here in Franklin. And I guess one of the things I just want to tell people is that, you know, everybody, we need to fully fund the out-of-district placement. So everyone who is listening tonight, you should email your legislature. Thank you. Yes, and
Jeff and Becca.
Jeff and Becca and the governor. Okay, email the governor. Everyone needs to do it. We need to increase the. What?
Chapter 70.
Well, Chapter 70, if we can't get any extra money out of this, it would be good for other people. I get it. UGA, if that goes up, maybe we'll get some more funds that we can spread around for everybody. And I just think that as a team, we can get through this hard time, right? We can do hard things. We've proven it. And I look forward to actually working with everybody and becoming a team and working for One Franklin. I mean, that's what we have to. It's like failure is not an option. We have to do it. We can't just, you know, put it back shove it under the rug and wait for the next council and the next committee to do it. And Miriam, I wanted to congratulate you on your retirement too.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work you do for the schools and for the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin.
That's enough.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I'm just going to throw it out there. We have one of the best public school systems in all of the state of Massachusetts. It's just that simple. We have always had a top-notch quality education system for as long as I've lived in this town and long before I moved to this town in 1998. We have done well with, I won't refer to it as a minimal investment. If you look at the chart, we are somewhere in the middle. But there is one underlying fact that I think many people are really not touching base on here. And this has to do not just with the school committee and the school department being 55% of our total budget, which is why it gets so much attention, is that as it really is, boils down to our abilities to raise additional fundings. The additional funding, the process that the state of Massachusetts has in order to garner more funding through real property and personal property taxes, all stems from an act that went into place in 1980 that we all know of as Proposition 2.5. Proposition 2.5, for those, this is my history lesson as a teacher, who aren't overly familiar with Proposition 2.5, it was put into place because all of the communities within the state of Massachusetts prior to 1980 were actually able to set their own tax rates. And that was an unequitable way of doing things because towns that were more affluent and they needed something could in fact actually increase their tax rates based on their values to basically get whatever they wanted. Right. In those towns that didn't have as much affluence, like a few, I'm not going to use names, but for those ones that weren't so affluent, weren't able to garner the same type of wealth based on their overall value. So the state of Massachusetts decided we're going to incorporate Proposition 2.5, which was a wise thing to do because now every single community in the state of Massachusetts has a set tax rate and cannot neither increase nor decrease that tax rate without approval from the voters, because that's the voters' right as their taxpayer money that's going ultimately into investment in the community. But one of the major problems, and this is where the math just absolutely baffles me, is that Proposition 2.5, when it was first incepted in 1980, 2.5 was I won't call it an arbitrary number, but it's a number that was chosen with the prediction that this is what the average rate of inflation was going to be. Right. Now, the problem with that is nothing has ever once been changed about that number since 1980. We have had a 2.5% increase in every single community, in every single city in the state of Massachusetts since 1980. The average rate of inflation since 1980 has been closer to 4%. That is a 1.5% deficit for almost 43 I'm sorry, what's the number? 33 years, or something like that.
No.
43 years. 43 years. We did- I was
Watertown-
right the first
Watertown
time. See, it just goes to show you, Dan Electric. My point is that every single community, every single town, every single entity in the state of Massachusetts has had an average deficit of 1.5% for over, since 1980. So not only are we not putting in the investment that we would like to into making our communities the way we would like them to be, we don't even have the slightest possible chance to catch up to that deficit since 1980. So what this really boils down to is one simple fact. Whether we're talking about the police, fire department, the school department, facilities, or whoever we're talking about, our budget simply can't be where we want it to be because we don't have the mechanism to put it there, and no one has ever once looked back to make an adjustment to Proposition 2.5. So as far as every city and community in the town of Massachusetts is concerned, there's no possible way to get to where we want to be without actually going out to the citizens of our town and saying to you, we don't need this, we need this, which is almost 40 years worth of deficit to try to catch up to where we really want our community to be. But with that being said, that is our only mechanism to do such that. So what that means is, we as a council are the only entity, the administration doesn't have the rights, nor would they ever step up and say, we need to do an override for something. It's the council that does that. In all of the years that an override has ever once come across the town council for a proposal to the citizens, and I wasn't here the whole time, there have been 11 requests for operational overrides, and there has only ever been one successful override. For one simple reason. One of the biggest problems with operational overrides is that when money gets requested, and this was one of my problems when I first got involved in the council back in 2008, 2009, was that there were two operational override requests, one for $3 million, one for $4 million. And one of the biggest problems with those override requests was how it was approached. It was a very threatening approach to the citizens, and this is what got me engaged, where instead of our community, instead of the administration, instead of the people coming out and saying, hey, we're looking to come to the community and ask for an investment into our community so that we can continue to give you good services and potentially even provide even better services in the long run, it came off like, well, if you don't give us the money, we're gonna fire 20 teachers. We're going to let go of the senior citizen personnel. We're going to shutter the library. These are legit threats that came out back in 2008, 2009. I was fearful. I was new to the community. My wife and I were having young kids. I voted yes for it, and that was one of the few votes that actually, out of the 11 requests that passed, only the following year to come up with another override request for another $4 million. And I was like, whoa, time out. We just did an override. Why are we doing another one? And we haven't done one since, if I'm correct. 2014.
Was the last one.
That was the last override.
It's just roads.
That was just roads.
That was just roads. The fact is that operational overrides are inherently difficult to pass because the one thing that the taxpayer understands is that if we pass an override, that is a lump sum of money that goes into an operational override request that goes back into a budget. Now that stays on the budget indefinitely. This is not a one-time thing. This stays on the budget from that point forward. It becomes a permanent tax increase, and that money's going to go to fix whatever the problem is for that year, but not necessarily long-term investment. So what I'm getting at, and this doesn't have to do with just the school committee and the school department. It has to do with all of the departments. In order to really get to where we need to be, you need to put forth a request that's going to help at least get us through a reasonable amount of time. And I'm not talking 1 year, 2 years, I'm talking 5, 6, or even 10 years, long term. But I have to bring this all down to one simple reality. And Jamie brought it up earlier. We are currently in a recession. Even if nobody wants to bring up the word recession, we are in a recession. We're getting really close to getting into a serious recession where it could end up like it was back in 2010 when the council had to make some really harsh decisions on where to make cuts back then. I certainly don't want to be in a position to have to make those cuts today. But this boils down to one simple thing. We need the money. The only way to get that money is through an override. So if the citizens and everyone is interested in trying to meet a percentage of that deficit, because there's no way we're ever going to meet the whole deficit, then the council needs to have a real number that we can ultimately go out to the citizens and make a plea for them to invest some of their hard-earned tax dollars back into the system. But in order to do that, A, we need a real number, and we need to know what exactly that number is going to go towards. And the other thing, and this is probably the number one reason, now I'm not trying to quote all my citizens here, is that if we vote for an operational override, and if an override passes, there is no guarantee that that money is going to go exactly to where it says it's going to go, because once the money goes back in the pot, it can be spent at the discretion of the school committee and the school department, correct?
It can, through the chair. But I would tell you that I see, and Jamie pointed this out last week, around our roles, around providing information on what do you get for your money in an investment? What happens if you don't fund it? What do you lose? And then what's the context in which this is even being asked? And I think that's been pretty clear, and I think that's the charge that you're speaking to about that. So I can just tell you, we will provide the information that's within our purview to provide related to that. Does that make sense? Just to be clear, I think our roles are very specific, but I think for the purposes of, just wanted to answer your question.
Because what I'm getting at is that what's coming up the pike has basically been what's been mentioned by many of the councils here and many of the people, the citizens as a whole, is that in order to meet this deficit, we need to request an override from the citizens. If an override is going to be put forth to the council, and every single time an override has ever come across the council, it's always been approved, and it's always gone to the citizens. It's never once not been voted no from the council. Put a request together and put a number together, and it needs to go, as our chairman so eloquently put it, one Franklin. It needs to be the citizens that are ultimately going to support this. But the citizens need a guarantee. See, that's the thing, is that one of the reasons why many of these operational overrides don't pass is because people have a hard time seeing the dollar signs. We have had 8 and 10, Jamie, capitals? What's the exact number? 10 capitals? Capital override.
Debt exclusion.
Debt exclusion.
Yeah, about 10.
8 out of 10 have passed, whereas only 1 out of 11 operational have passed. And I think the reason that is a lot of people look at their taxpayers' dollars and they see something tangible.
They see where it's going.
That's a capital investment, where they don't see the money going into salaries as truly being an investment into their community. So that's a mindset that needs to change.
The other piece of that is the debt exclusion goes away.
Yeah.
An override does not.
Right.
And that's the difference.
I bring that up because that's the truth of the matter. And the only way that the state of Massachusetts and its communities and cities are going to get past this problem is if somebody finally goes up to the State House and says, listen, you have to readdress Proposition 2.
All set?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor DeLorco.
Oh, you're gonna go to me right away, huh?
Yeah.
You're not gonna go down the other end? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman, listen, yeah, you know, an override, no problem putting it on the ballot.
Yep.
I mean, even myself, I'll put it on the ballot. I'm one vote. Yeah, basically, that's all I am, you know? The problem is, right now, we're hitting the residents with stormwater. You know, the inflation is bad. We get the interceptor coming on. I mean, we're hitting these people pretty hard, pretty fast, and, you know, I don't know, you know, I'm going into retirement. I don't even know if I'd vote for it, to be honest with you, because I'm gonna be on a fixed income, you know? So I'm scared. I don't know. My kids, Lucas, my kids love you. They, you know, you taught them, they got a great education. All my kids got a great education out here. Can they live in Franklin? No. They know they gotta move out. They know they gotta move further out. They can't live in Franklin because it's too expensive to live here. And if we throw more stuff on top of it, you know? But we do need to support our schools. That, I mean, I'm all for that. We have to make sure that it gets paid. I know that I actually have relatives that are school teachers, young school teachers, 29, 30 years old. They're getting out of it. They don't want to work on it. They tell me, as I ask them personally why, and they said, the money's not great, the hours are good, they don't like dealing with parents. That's exactly what they said. And I'm out of the loop. You know, you took care of my kids, Lucas. That's it. I had no problem.
I never called you either.
It's really the parents like Counselor Jones, right?
That's why they quit.
Yeah, but that's, we do have to come together and figure out something. Whatever it is, whatever it takes, we gotta figure it out. And I'm all on board for that, but it's just, you know, you get scared, you know, with everything coming on. Who knows? We might even be in a war pretty soon. Who knows? You know? Hey, I don't think it's not coming, guys. And then we'll have plenty of people not around. But yeah, whatever it takes, we gotta do, you know?
Thank you, Counselor DeLorco. Counselor Pellegrini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sitting here thinking how I want to begin, what do I want to say, and whatever. I do want to say that these are very hard times. I think you don't understand sometimes what the council goes through between all of the readings and that we have to learn and know what is going on. We have, as some of the others have already said, we only have X amount of dollars. That's all we have to spend. And to be able to increase for each budget, we want to be able to give everyone something that is going to be able to help them, all right? I'm sitting here and I'm remembering last year, and I know it's a sore subject, but I'm going to bring it up anyway, that we decided that there was going to be an X amount of a salary increase last year, the 2.5%, and it was agreed upon. And then all of a sudden, it was 4% for schools and 2.5% for municipal, which I found very disheartening. You know, that we would say one thing and then go ahead and do something else. So you had, I may not say the number exactly correct, almost $800,000 that you had to budget for that increase. And was that right? I don't want to be wrong. 800,000, okay. And that money had to now be taken out of your budget because you didn't ask for any more money. Your budget was approved for that line, bottom line. And to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, that money was taken away from the students. You had that in your budget. Where did it come out of? What departments did it come out of? The counseling, out of the music, out of the arts? Was it taken out of anything like that? Because it was right at the last minute that that was decided. And it bothered me. It bothered me terribly, okay? And as I said to Lucas one day, I would like to come in and talk to you. I just haven't come in to talk to you because it really does a job on me for what happened during that time. We're short funds this year, and now you're going to have to take out that much money plus another 1.5 on top to make it 4%, and that's more money that's being taken away from the students. And we can't ask you, are you going to be able to fund, you know, counselors and arts and music and all of this? Because that's not our business. That's your business. But I would hope that you would be able to do that, but I don't know how you're going to be able to with the funds being so short. I wish we could meet all your requests for money. I've lived in Franklin all of my life. I've attended the Franklin schools. My husband did, my father did, my kids did. I mean, I have an interest in the school department. I worked for the school department for many years. And I just feel bad for what had happened before and willing to put it aside if we can work something out to get everyone right now on the same page and keep all of the parents happy that these emails that we've been getting, that they want all of those things that I just mentioned. I hope it's something that you're going to think about. Right now, we have almost 1,100 students less than we did 10 years ago. We have one school that's closed, Davis Thayer. And how do we explain to people that we need so much more money and we've got less students and one less school? That bothers me. I would like to ask now a question. How many new positions do you have budgeted this year? Can we ask that question? I read through the budget here, but I really couldn't see exactly.
We had put forth a budget that requested, it included $1 million in reductions from enrollment. Then we had put a budget forth originally in the superintendent's recommended budget for 7 FTEs. All were related to either special education, related service providers, ECDC because of our numbers. So there was no position in there that wasn't really compliance-driven. We had a list of what was not being asked, and those were positions that had funneled up. Teaching positions to keep class sizes down, other special education positions, curriculum positions that were not included, but then the budget, the school committee approved a budget that included some of those asks that we had in there. So moving forward, when the allocation came out from the town administrator, we had to look at, okay, that second group that was not part of the original recommendation was basically taken off the table. And then we had to look at those 7 positions and say which ones were a state compliance. Where are we going to be out of compliance if we don't fund? And that included one of our specialized program teachers. It included ECDC. There's a ratio you need to include, thank you, an ESP for, for pre-K for ECDC. And then speech and language, it was a partial position. It was a 0.2 because we didn't need a full position for that. So that's the original, when we had asked for the original amount. I'm sorry, thank you. 2.5 FTE is what it came down to.
Of new positions.
Okay. Thank you for that. I also noticed that the redistricting is off the table now,
The redistricting vote occurred, and there's no changes that will take place for the next school year.
but money was in the budget for redistricting.
Not in our budget.
Yeah. Well, I never say I'm 100% right, but I
Sure.
thought I read in here that money was being allocated for redistricting, so I hope that that's not the case.
No, and just to be clear, there was no
Yeah.
money allocated. There was a decision that was taken by, just per the policy and the charge by the school committee. The decision was not to move forward with the redistricting.
Right.
But to set our sights on facilities master planning and take a broader look.
The money that was allocated for redistricting was in this current fiscal year for our consultant to assist us with the
In this
process.
current year.
That's correct. And it was spent this year as we went through the last 10 months of talking about redistricting. There is no money budgeted for redistricting in
Moving
FY
forward.
'24.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Let's see. Well, I'm just making sure I have all my little notes here that were set, but I just want to reiterate now at the end here. Whenever anyone says anything negative, don't take it that we're against the school department by any means, okay? I mean, these are thoughts and concerns that I've had. I am 100% for the school department, and as I said, working for the school and all of that, I mean, I have uppermost respect in that. But when there's something that comes up that doesn't hit me properly, I have to come up and ask the question, okay?
I understand. And
Okay.
through the chair, just to put this in context, it's, I appreciate you saying that, Mrs. Pellegri. The piece I would say is just around the context in which the questions come, and I understand it's that two-story piece around. In one story, the questions are, how are we spending our money? Where is it going to? How are we fielding our team? right, that we're still trying to figure out, and it's May 24th today, or 24th, right? So we're in, that's one conversation. The second conversation is the one that's, you know, when we're looking at, we're getting 10 million extra in base aid from Chapter 70. When we're looking at our 80% of communities spend more in education. Communities, this is not a town council indictment. This is just, I'm just stating a couple of some facts out here. We earn more than 88% of communities in the Commonwealth. And when we look at our budget, when we look at our 13.3 that we spend over, we're last in the Hockomock League in there, and the state average is somewhere around 41% of what communities spend. So I just put that out there as there's two conversations that are happening. One is based in the reality of what we have for money and how it needs to be distributed. And there's a second context of the funding and what we are able to do with the money is really the level of service that this town has provided, whether you've had children in the system or not, and continues to provide, is something that we all take seriously. When I look around the room at all of my fellow department heads, we take the charge very seriously to make sure that we're providing the highest quality. And we have a reputation for doing things really well, but I'll be honest, there's a piece of how we have to all sit in this room the way we are today. We're not the envy of every department head and person who has to actually work within a context of asking for some of the resources that we need. And as town council folks, you have to look at the budget and then make decisions on how it's allocated through the town administrator's recommendation. So the services are great here. It's a town I live in here because I believe in this town and I believe in what we offer. And I've benefited from every single support beyond just education that this town has provided, and I want to see that continue for us all.
I would just like to end by saying thank you for all that you're doing right now. I know that you're in the middle of all of this because you're new, and I think you're handling things very well.
Thank you.
All right, and I wish the budget season for you will turn out fine, and
Me
you'll
too.
be able to deal with everything, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pellegrini. Councilor Chandler.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Lucas.
Hi.
Obviously, I've known you for a while. You've been great to my kids, too. I appreciate that. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on what Councilor Pellegrini ended with. You're a great advocate for the kids. No one can doubt that. Nobody can doubt that. And here's the other piece. You're 1,000% the man for the job. So I don't know whoever says anything bad, you're 1,000% the guy for the job.
Absolutely.
Totally agree.
Now I got three Brian Chandler questions, so here we go. The buses were brought up. Have you guys, or has the school committee charged you with maybe getting quotes for a better deal so that it doesn't have to go up? Just a question.
We go out to bid every 5 years for a contract. We currently have, I believe we're currently in our third year of that contract, but don't quote me on that. And historically, in the 15 years I've been here, we've gotten one bid. We might have gotten other vendors interested in the proposal, in the bid documents, but we've only gotten one bid.
Okay. I was just, anything to save money, I was just wondering. All right, next one. Let's talk about lunch for a second. The kids all get free lunch now, correct?
Lunch is funded by the state.
Okay.
There is no cost to students.
So if I had when I was in there, if I had my 3 kids, what would I save each week on that alone?
Depending on the age group, good meals.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just, I use 3 high school.
Street math.
You're the math
Street
person.
math.
Use 3 high school kids.
I do street math.
I don't do street math. The cost for lunch right now at the high school is $3.75. I believe it's $3.50 at the middle and $3.25 at the elementary level. So depending on where your child is,
So,
that's what
yeah,
you're
I'm
looking
not,
at.
you had the
You
napkin.
know, roughly $20 a week if you have a high
$20
school
a week.
student. It's under
three
$20
kids,
a
okay.
week for three.
So
Times
20,
3 kids,
So it's 80.
$60 a week.
Six.
For
Oh,
3
60
kids.
a week, yeah.
3 kids.
Sure.
So what's that a month then? So 6. 240. All right, so what I'm getting at, I'm sorry, I don't mean to, I know it's getting late and I need a calculator. But what I'm getting at is,
Doing math at 11 o'clock.
right, well, no, what I'm getting at is, people are saying that the fees are too high, but these parents have how, thousands of dollars more to pay in fees than I ever did. I mean, I didn't even have money to give my kids practically for lunch. I went to McDonald's from the dollar menu because I had to hand them all the dollars. I'm just saying, you know, there's some things that might have to be raised. You know, it's a hard thing to do, but that's a lot of money extra that we didn't have. I'm just, you know, I'm raising a couple points.
I would add that lunch is self-funded. The lunch program is self-funded. It's a self-funding program.
Yeah. But parents are not dishing out right now.
Not this year, and probably not next year.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
All right. Just a thought about the fees. Last one, Mr. Chairman, I was getting late.
Fine.
Would you guys agree that the social emotional health needs are rising? I would think that
Yes.
would be yeah. That's a
Definitely.
no-brainer, right?
No-brainer.
So, the thing that I'm a little upset about, so, we've obviously heard the threats about threatening freshman football, okay? It's been at a meeting, and so, out of all the sports, it's a fact that freshman football is the only non-cut sport. That's it.
Track.
Track, excuse me.
Swimming.
They're all non-cut? Okay. Well, I didn't hear those threaten to be cut, okay. So those are, so, I mean, would you want that cut? I mean, these kids, they can be part of a team, you know, I mean, it's just hard to make friends. Like, that's a big deal when you get to the high school, you know, all these kids, 3 different middle schools come together. You're not gonna know, like, hardly any kids, you know, 2/3, unless you played sports.
What
I
was
mean,
it, 50, 58 kids?
Yeah,
When
50
your kids
Yeah.
played, 58 when my kid played.
Right, I mean, it's, I'm just trying to say that I don't think that that should be a threat when this whole, but I know everything's on the table. I just wonder what your thoughts are on that. That's all.
I would say I wouldn't want to make any cut out
Thank
there.
you.
And I think it's all on the table, but when you have to look at people in the eye on where you're cutting it and prioritize areas, those are tough decisions. That's what, you know, we need to do in the role that we have in the purview of our decisions. I can tell you specifically when it comes to things like athletics, when you increase fees, you know, one way you look at that also is you decrease the season and you sustain the same fee or increase it. Because when 58 kids pay $250, it sustains the coaching, the refs, and whatnot. So it's not as simple as a math problem. But there are times where you have to make wholesale cuts. I don't say that as a threat. I'm just saying, you asked the question, but I'd also have to say, if I had to prioritize, we have to look at the academic needs of our students and the social emotional needs of them as they navigate a school day, which is a charge. I will say, to your point, everything we offer extracurricular, our elective courses at the high school that we are constantly having to look at and say, if we had a budget that supported, we'd be able to say, you know what, this particular class is an elective and kids are really into this because it's awesome and it's what we need, or it's something that's innovative that's going to prepare them for something going on in the future that maybe we haven't even thought about as a career. When we have to look at it and say, I have an English class that's going to end up with 35 kids in it, or I have this class that's awesome, but it's an elective, we have to go with what's required to earn your high school diploma.
Right.
So I think like those are where you have to try to see and how do you prioritize and look at those grades. And it's not an easy decision. I will tell you, we have phenomenal educators, and I think that's what saved our reputation, because we're doing what we can, and just the thought around doing the best that we can with what we have is a dangerous way to live or to do things, and I would say that for any department, and I'm not speaking for my colleagues, but I'm just saying it's just not it's something you got to be careful about as we do this, because it's an investment. I mean, anything we do is an investment in this town.
Thank you. And lastly, just, and to Councilor Pellegri's point, I mean, when we see, you know, 18 of these 24 teachers out on the street, I mean, if we didn't do the extra raise, that $800,000, they would still be here. She's shaking her head. If you had $800,000, you wouldn't be laying off 18 more people. And if someone could explain to me how that works, then I'll listen. but
I think what we did, I just, through the chair, what we did talk about was, one, recruitment and retention. We talked about educators leaving the field. We've seen it in other industries as well. That's one piece. I would also say that we, through some analysis, our teacher salaries, I think someone else mentioned it on the panel, I think Mr. Jones may have, I don't remember who did, but around being ranked 10th out of 11th in a 12-mile radius for entry level, and then 11th out of 12th in the top step at the time those conversations took place. So I think with that, your point around the math and how it has to come somewhere is I understand, but the flip side is trying to support a system that you can retain quality educators, the ones that we've been talking about that help build our reputation in the town.
right, and, I mean, I'm glad you thought of the teachers, the way it was, but, also people have to remember that the lunch ladies and the school nurses did not get that raise either. They got exactly what the town was. So that wasn't really fair either, in my opinion. Those poor people. Yeah, I hate when you beat down the small unions. That does hurt. And that's, I know it's not you, if that's a school committee issue, but I'm sure the nurses and the lunch ladies felt pretty badly.
I can just say that each union, we bargained 4 contracts over the course of my time as superintendent, and in those took place over multiple meetings and multiple hours, and we bargained in good faith to try to land and try to figure out how we could make those adjustments and work within what we had, and that's what I can say to you just as a response to that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, thank you, I have great respect.
It wasn't to beat up any employee.
Yeah, no, I know, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the words of my pastor at St. Clement's in 1985 on Christmas Day Mass, it is nice to see all of you here today. And where are you the other 51 weeks of the year? Right? So, and then my mother would turn to me and say, well, Teddy, these are the Christmas and Easter Catholics. These aren't the folks that come the rest of the year, right? So, and I'm saying that because now it's 11 o'clock and we're all exhausted, right? So I'm trying to lead with a little comedy here. I appreciate the fact that all of you are here. I appreciate so much because I'm a parent. I have children in the schools. We moved to Franklin for a huge reason for the schools. Both of my kids have IEPs. Both of my kids play sports. I've got a son that adores his tuba more than me, right? So like all of this is heart-wrenching, difficult stuff. And I bring it up because we need all of your advocacy all year round. We need you to come to these meetings so you can understand what we see in here from police and from fire and from DPW and from the senior center and from all of these departments, because if all you're thinking about is, oh my gosh, my kid's music program might get cut, I gotta make time to go to the town council, I'm gonna get some time, I'm infuriated by that. As much as that infuriates me too, you're not seeing the bigger picture. And we are trying our very best to see the bigger picture. And it is hard when you go out for coffee and you get threatened because you are making budget decisions that affect somebody's kid. That's a hard thing, right? But we take it on the chin and we do our best. So the school department does a fantastic job with what they have. Do they need more money? Yes. Do teachers need to get paid more money? Yes. Not just in Franklin. This is a United States problem. We don't prioritize teacher pay anywhere. As far as I'm concerned, if we had that magic wand and we could give everybody exactly what they want, I would do a gigantic paradigm shift and take CEO salaries and give it to the teachers and make the CEOs try to figure out how to work for 50 grand a year. But that's not up to me, right? That is sort of like this bigger problem, where we need to prioritize educators as a society. And you educators do an amazing job here in town with what they're given. And it breaks my heart to think that they're going elsewhere or that they're leaving the profession because You know, I can go make more money as a telemarketer and not deal with parents and not have all these headaches and take homework home and actually spend time with my kids. I've heard that from teachers. All right, so that's a very real thing that not just the panel up here has to deal with or the school committee has to deal with. We have to deal with that as a society. And we have to figure out, okay, how are we going to move the money from other things and start giving teachers what they deserve? I 100,000% believe that. We are a very lucky community. We are a strong community. Many of us here in the room tonight had to go to that agonizing wake this afternoon for a young man that died. But to see that line down the street, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of students, teachers, parents, athletes, retirees, and everybody grieving, everyone not knowing what to say, but they were there. Why? Because it was important. And that's what we are as a community. That's what Franklin is. We show up for each other. We care. Do we not? We disagree? Sure. On all kinds of stuff. Do we get into arguments? Sure. But when the important stuff happens, we're there for each other. And we have to keep that in mind. If we lose sight of that, then all of this stuff doesn't mean anything. Because this is just numbers on paper. We are a wonderful community. Our kids should be our priority. And we have to figure out how to move the conversation so it's not pitting departments against each other. This shouldn't be about, oh, I want to not give 4 new cop positions or a new paramedic, or I can't give some money to sidewalks, because we're already kind of scraping the barrel to make those things meet. Jamie has $140 million worth of infrastructure projects on his desk that can't be funded. $140 million. Let me say that again. That's roads, that's sidewalks, that's pipes, that's all the non-sexy stuff that nobody wants to hear about because you don't come to the meetings, by the way. But we hear about it. Where's that money supposed to come from? So we chip away at it as best we can. We have these capital meetings. We throw every little penny we can. But this isn't easy, folks. So I hope, and I pray that we don't have to cut music. And I certainly hope that I don't want to look at my 9th grader next year and tell him he can't play football, because he's been working for the last God knows how many years and working his way up and doing strength and conditioning, and he's so excited about it. It's all he talks about. I don't want to have that conversation with him. As a parent, if I have to pay a fee, I'll pay a fee. But what we need to do as a community, and it's been said, is we have to come together. We have to figure out, okay, we're at that tipping point. This is no longer a blame game. There just isn't enough money. If we really want to be the envy of all, then we have to put our money where our mouth is. Our police department has chipped away at their problems over the years and become quite the enviable police department, from what I understand, in the region, and their accreditations show it. Our fire department has been chipping away at the problem, become the envy of top-ranked fire departments in the entire country, correct? So, okay, let's put that same energy and resources and commitment to our schools. It can be done, but it's going to take everybody, right? So I hope that we're able to give you as much money as you possibly can. I agree with Councilor Frangillo. I'm glad you put the picture in front of us that shows us the dream, because we hadn't seen that before. And I think it's important for the community to see this is what could happen with money, this is what could happen with full allocation, but we're not quite there yet. I think that's an important thing. I think a 10-year plan involving the schools in the master plan is incredibly important, because the community needs to know here we are, and we're trying to get here, but we're going to chip away at it a little bit every year. And again, thank you all for coming out on Christmas Day, and I hope we see you again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. I'm kind of the last one here, but I'm going to hold my questions. And the reason I'm going to hold my questions is there's a lot of people here this evening that have sat here all night long. And especially, there's a couple of young people that have been here all night long. And they do have to go to school in the morning. And I know they have statements that they'd like to make. So I'm going to hold my comments, if it's all right with School Department, Lucas. And I'm going to let all of the other departments know we're going to end with schools tonight. We're not going beyond this. It's already after 11 o'clock. By the time we get through some of the public, it's going to be even later. So we'll continue the first hearing on the FY24 budget tomorrow, and then we'll follow it with the second public hearing. So with that, any of the public in council chambers that would like to speak, please, I'd like anyone under 18 first.
There you go.
And Mr. Sherlock, could you adjust the mic for me?
You're the only one that knows how, Steve.
Chairman Mercer. Chairman Mercer.
Yeah,
Just before, before we begin, with minors, we've asked that they not put their address out there, just in
That's
public,
fine.
if it's okay, just for
That's fine.
safety.
That's fine.
So they could maybe say they're Franklin Public Schools if they are, or, which I know they are. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Ladies, proceed.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. My name is Chloe Bowser, and I live at 33.
You don't have to tell us that.
My name is Abby Murphy. We are both 7th grade students at Annie Sullivan Middle School. We recently were in Beauty and the Beast junior play that the Footlighters program put on. I played the role of Trip, and Chloe played the role of Lumiere, where we both got to express ourselves in a very special way. Hopefully some of you were able to see the performance. We are here tonight to speak to the council about the importance of the arts and clubs at the middle school level. Both Abby and I are in middle school band and jazz band and play multiple instruments. I play clarinet and recently was able to learn to play the saxophone through the jazz band program at Annie Sullivan After School. In addition to the bands, we also participate in chorus. I also participate in chorus. All of these programs are well attended by many middle schoolers, and for some, it is the only exposure they can get to music and arts. Not everyone can afford to sign up for activities outside of school. Without the jazz band, I would not be able to play different styles of music like swing, funk, and blues. We are also both in multiple other clubs, including Stub Club, and I'm an officer in the Annie Sullivan Best Buddies Club. There's nothing like seeing the joy on the buddies' faces when we meet each week to show inclusion and caring. Band, chorus, and drama also provide so many benefits for students. We learn concentration, work ethic, and confidence as we learn to perform on stage. But we also learn teamwork, where we learn to work together to accomplish our goal. We socialize and meet new people who we would never see at these programs. These programs also have given me the confidence to speak in front of you today. These programs give students a way to step out of their comfort zone and connect with other students that have similar interests. Without some of these programs, I would not have met some of my friends because they go to different schools. Without jazz band, I probably would never have considered picking up a saxophone. Yet now I can play both instruments I enjoy playing very well. Without the Footlighters program, I would not have a way to share my passion for all things plays and drama related, and being in chorus has only boosted my singing talents, which I believe helped me get such a fun role in the latest production. When our parents say to get off our phones, we found a way. Here it is. Footlighters not only provides opportunities for performing, but it also gives kids the opportunity to work behind the scenes with lighting, costuming, and set build or run crew. These activities also give us practice for when we get into high school. When we get into high school, the arts, music, and drama become a lot more competitive. So once we get some experience, we can choose what we want to do in high school and be able to accomplish it. To conclude, we just want to stress the importance of music, drama, and the arts at middle school level. Without all the fantastic middle school programs to feed into the high school, I'm not sure how we expect to stay as good and well respected as we are across Massachusetts. Please think of these groups as you make your decisions. Thank you for your time.
Nice job. Thank you very much, and thank you for staying out so late, and thank you, parents, for allowing them to sit through this. I think I told one parent that I thought I guessed between 9 and 10. Shows you how good a guesser I am. But thank you. Is there...
Can Lucas give him a pass with the first class?
We can work something out.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience under 18 that would like to speak? Please come forward.
I am 17.
I just want to make sure I get the younger people, get them an opportunity to speak first.
Hello, my name is Sammy Triganti, and I'm a graduating senior at FHS. I will be attending Nova Southeastern University in the fall, where I'll be studying neuroscience and hopefully hope to pursue a minor in music. I want to start off by thanking you all for your time and acknowledging the hard work you have put in for our town and community. I understand from everything I've heard today that this might not be the best place or time to speak about this, but I still think it's important for you all to hear. I've been a part of the FHS choir for the past 4 years. I'm one of the few people who have seen it go through all its ups and downs. First it was COVID, which affected pretty much every department. And then we had to face the extra challenge of losing 3 different teachers, or having 3 different teachers in a matter of 4 years, when we're supposed to have 1. For a class like chorus, consistency is a crucial part of succeeding. Unfortunately, we didn't have that. I watched at the beginning of each year as our choir became more and more broken. By the end of each year, we were able to move past it because of the strong sense of community that we would create. And then I watched it crumble as we took another hit. The success of our music department relies on maintaining that community, and that's only possible with consistency and proper support. We're finally in a good place. Any strong cuts to our music education is bound to break the few strings that hold us together. And the people that suffer most from this are, in fact, the students. Not only is music something that we love to do and are passionate about, it makes us better students. There are scientific studies that show the effect music has on the brain. A functional MRI allows scientists to visualize and evaluate which parts of the brain are stimulated while performing a certain task. There is scientific backing that shows that music is one of the few tasks that stimulates all areas of the brain, keeping neural networks and pathways strong and creating new ones, including those involved in learning, memory, cognitive function, general well-being, and happiness. Not only is music an element of freedom and expression, but it's good for us. It's good for our brains, our health, and our happiness. While many people might disagree, music and arts are just as important as any academic class. Our music education should not be diminished in any way. I know you all already have a lot to think about and a lot of decisions to make, but as someone who has been deeply involved in our school community and our music department since elementary school and hopes to pursue music in the future, I ask that you please take into what you've heard into consideration today. Thank you.
Is there any other student that would like to speak? No? No other students? Okay. There's a, yes, please, you can come forward. Next, I will try and get every member of the public that came this evening and has sat here all night. We will certainly give you an opportunity to speak. I will say, though, I'll just remind everybody, the town council does not have the authority to say what gets cut and what doesn't get cut in the schools. That is 100% the school committee decision. Yes, we vote the bottom line number, but how that is spent has nothing to do with the town council. So a lot of these types of comments really, and I appreciate the fact that you've come before us, and we will listen. But it's really, the place for these conversations is at the school committee. Please.
Well, okay, my name is Julia Richardson. I live at 102 Louise Drive, and I'll just turn over here.
I think this one might be aimed at you, Lucas.
I have heard that some of the staff positions and ancillary activities in the music program are being eliminated to help close the gap in the school budget. As a parent of music students and a member of the Music Boosters, I am here to ask you to reconsider. The music program is a shining light in our schools and means a tremendous amount to all involved. To cut any of it takes away the integrity of the program as a whole and hurts the kids who have found, and those yet to find, their voices through music. The music program was where my kids thrived. The incredible staff and the opportunities offered shaped them into the young adults they are, and I have to call him out. Mr. Ireland started my son on his path to where he is today. I have to thank that man. And put them on their current paths. My son is at Berklee College of Music, and the other is preparing to apply to some of the best music conservatories in the world. My kids are living their dreams, and I truly don't know if they would be doing that without all the programs at Franklin. I am so grateful for the opportunities they had, and the thought that other children might not get the same breaks my heart. As a music booster, I can tell you the Franklin program is one of the best in the state, winning awards and creating musicians who are being recognized beyond our town. This year at the Senior District's concert, a third of the jazz band was made up of Franklin students, more than double the number from any other school. Not to be outdone, the FHS Jazz Band won gold at the state MAJE Festival. Franklin is home to some of the finest high school jazz musicians in the state of Massachusetts, and I am not exaggerating. If you haven't heard, I know you've heard them. I saw you at Jazz Cafe. But in your budget presentation, Mr. Giguere, you included a reduction to the middle school extracurricular activities, and I'm devastated to hear that the after-school jazz bands may be part of the reduction. Together, they serve as a feeder to the high school jazz program, and without them, we are putting our young musicians at a disadvantage compared to other schools, and our next generation of Franklin jazz phenoms may never be. The kids in the high school concert bands, orchestras, and choruses excelled this year as well. 23 made it to senior districts, and 5 went on to All-State. At Micah, both high school orchestras and the wind ensemble earned golds, and the chorus and concert band earned silvers. For the students, these medals are the equivalent of winning a state championship. They are the result of hard work and dedication and the source of great pride. But without the incredible staff who specializes in each ensemble, these successes will be tough to replicate, if at all. At the middle schools, music took a huge hit during COVID. Many students quit because it's too difficult to learn an instrument online, never mind sing. Now the programs are in the process of rebuilding. We should be supporting music to help us return to pre-COVID levels, not cutting. Otherwise, not only will the middle school programs be hurt, but so will the high school. As it is, we'll be seeing smaller numbers at the high school for the next 6 years. It'll be longer with any cuts at all. Finally, there's another, maybe more important reason to support music. Students have found their community in the music program, with people they can relate to and adults who support and care for them. In these rooms, they feel safe. It's terrible that they need a safe place, but they do. Don't take that away from them or future students. And to end, I would just like to ask you to please keep the words of Bruce Springsteen in mind. In his song, Born to Run, he sings, "Wendy, let me in. I want to be your friend. I want to guard your dreams and visions." Guard your dreams and visions. That is our job, every one of us as adults, to guard the dreams and visions of every single kid who walks the halls of Franklin Public Schools. Please don't let them down. Thank you.
I'm going to turn it back because, as Kobe said, we're kind of all one Franklin, and this is getting money into our schools is all of our responsibility. My name is Selena Cousin, and I live at 114 Beach Street, and I have 2 boys. We've gone from ACDC through Kennedy, HMMS, and I have one at the high school now. What kind of public education do we want for the students of Franklin? We live in one of the wealthiest communities in the area, and yet we make do with one of the absolute lowest per student expenditures around. This is simply unacceptable. Each year, we ask our school leadership to make impossible decisions about what essential programs, activities, and personnel to cut, combine, overlook, ignore, in order to work within those budgetary limitations. As a result, we essentially deprive our students the high-quality public educational experience they deserve. Over the past 20 years, and I do watch all the meetings from home of both school committee and town council, we have seen 5 superintendents be forced during their very short tenures to annually make lose-lose kinds of decisions by cutting too many teachers, programs, classes, extracurricular clubs and activities, after-school late buses, and even an entire elementary school. All while at the same time raising class sizes, counselor ratios, and increasing all the different fees passed on to families for buses, sports, activities, etc. Sadly, we have never seen any of these programs and activities that have been cut or decreased ever return in full again. That's in 20 years. Franklin students deserve lower teacher-student classroom ratios. Franklin students deserve to have us budget for stipends to pay teachers to run clubs, extracurricular activities, and National Honor Society organizations at our middle schools and high school. Unfortunately, for example, Franklin High School no longer has a Spanish or French National Honor Society, though it was one of the most popular clubs, simply because there are no stipends available to pay the teachers willing to run the clubs. It is insulting to expect teachers to volunteer their time to lead after-school activities. Franklin students deserve counselors with reasonably sized caseloads so that all students get the support they need, and counselors can do more than merely triage and do crisis intervention. Franklin students deserve to have much lower levels of self-reported depression and suicidal ideation. Our post-pandemic teens and tweens need school counselors now more than ever. Franklin students deserve a school system that can afford to pay enough to keep the most talented, creative, and dedicated teachers, principals, and administrators here in Franklin, rather than watching them leave every year through a revolving door to other higher-paying districts. Franklin students deserve chorus and instrumental music in all of our schools. Foreign language options, French, Spanish, Latin for all middle schoolers. Study halls at FHS with less than 125 students in them so students can study. And more AP and higher level classes to allow for more college acceptances to top tier and Ivy League universities. Whew. Friends, I think Kobe said it the best, but we have reached a tipping point. The time is way overdue for us to stand up for our Franklin Public Schools. We need to do more than just continue to make painful, essential cuts each year and force our teachers and administrators to just make do with whatever is left. It's time to give the kids in our community the public education they truly deserve. When our schools are great, our community thrives, and we all benefit. Franklin is proudly the birthplace of Horace Mann, the father of public education, and our students are our future. Let's finally do more than just meet the standards. Let's exceed expectations and watch this next generation thrive. Thank you.
My name is Deb Ryan. I'm in Franklin, 4 Sims Road. And I thought I'd just start out with an illustration, and it's not specific about school, it's about all of Franklin. So when NASA launched rockets with the goal to head to the moon, the mere fact that the rocket pointed toward the sky with tons of fuel was not enough to get to the moon. A TV reporter became very interested in Apollo's trips to the moon and wanted to know what they actually talked about between the capsule and NASA. And he was surprised to find out that the conversations were devoted to course corrections. Apparently, the lunar spacecraft was off course sometimes 85% of the time. Once leaving the Earth's orbit, because of limitations of fuel, the spacecraft mostly drifted, unpropelled to the moon, but occasionally small rockets were fired to correct the course. Does that sound a little familiar to us? We need to devote more time to talk about course corrections and to realize it needs to be part of frequent interactions as we steer the Franklin ship. A lot of time has been spent over recent years with a focus on limiting or reducing expenses, and I would call that a time of drifting, using my illustration. We are drifting without expending additional fuel, staying within the means of what we have to work with. A week or so ago during the finance meetings, and I did attend those online, I'm not Christmas Catholic, there came a shift in discussion where a question was asked one evening several times. There was a rainbow in a pot at the end, and how would you spend it? Our police and fire chief responded not with pie-in-the-sky answers, but with visions of the needs of the department. And while this question was not asked of the school committee presenting, Mr. Jagir, while he was speaking to his piece, did start talking a little bit about that the school needs to begin to differently prepare for our students for the next steps to be addressed in the future. I want to encourage our town leadership, our council, our school committee, our finance, to continue to encourage to have these forward-thinking course correction conversations of not just what is needed to close the gaps, but where we need to be headed. We need your help to articulate a vision where we need to be going and what is looming as a town that we need to be addressing. We need to collectively understand what those goals are and the new targets that we need to be striving for as a community to maintain and enhance the quality of life. That might mean how we support and respond to an aging population here in town, how we educate and train the next generation, what infrastructure needs to be addressed to meet the demands of today and tomorrow. It does take courage to be visionary, to go beyond what has been defined, to help the community understand and then take the next step forward. There are times that we need to be brave and to do the burn, to do the course correction, and then be comfortable to be able to then drift again. I like to think that that Proposition 2.5 was really a cruise control to drifting, but it gave us as citizens the provision and the opportunity to occasionally do burns, to spend the precious fuel to get back on track. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Donna Grady, and I live at either 500 Lincoln Street or this building. I am the president of the Franklin Education Association. I am finishing up 35 years as an early childhood educator and 25 years in Franklin. I currently represent almost 600 members in town, from cafeteria, van, to teachers, nurses, pretty much everybody except for custodian. I am used to very difficult conversations. I am a veteran teacher. I have been through Proposition 2.5. I have been through shift changes. I have been through all of that. The answer is in front of us. We are one Franklin. The paradigm doesn't need to shift. We don't need a miracle. It's in front of us. The miracle is the children. We owe them the future that we want for them. And the future is coming together. You know, what Lucas said earlier is I have to agree with. In a lot of the conversations that I hear, I feel like as a school teacher that we are a burden to a town. And I say that as I'm told that my budget for my schools are 25% less. So again, I'm being asked to do more with less for the children. Years ago, the FEA started a coalition with all of the other unions because we wanted to work together for the betterment of this town. My grandfather was a Boston firefighter. My cousin is a Boston police officer. I know how to make a town better, or how a town is made better when everybody works together, and especially when it's for the children. So it's really distressing to hear we're not trying to pit people against each other when one section of town is going to get an 11% raise and one section was earmarked for 1.5. That doesn't sit quite right with me. Or that no one has asked for an override. We are one community for the children. So, Mr. Chairman, I understand what you're saying. You can't allocate, and I'm not asking you to do that, but what I'm asking everybody to do is to come together as one for the kids. The kids today are not even the kids that we had at the beginning of the year. yes, we're 11,000 students less and one school less, but the kids today need so much more. Technology is a wonderful thing, except when it comes to kids. Honestly, kids now need coping skills. They don't know how to play. They don't know how to talk to each other. So before, when I started, years ago when I started teaching, maybe you needed 1 or 2 adults to interact with a student to help them get through whatever academics were at that time. Now you may need 5, 6, 7 just to get them where they need to be, and they deserve that. This afternoon, I had an entire 2 departments come to me with wonderful teachers who had received pink slips. 4 of those teachers have already gone to other districts. They've accepted other offers. Franklin, when I came, and the year I came, we hired 75 teachers. 72 of us are still here. Franklin was the envy of districts in Massachusetts. And I know this because I'm involved in the state association. Franklin is not the envy anymore because people know we come and we lay off. We come and we lay off. Our children deserve better than that. This community deserves better than that. We need to keep the educators who come and want to lift up this community and these children. These children belong to all of us. We need to make it better for them. Thank you.
Hi there. Ruthann O'Sullivan, 175 Oak Street. I wasn't planning on saying this, so I'll kind of just digress a little bit. I wasn't expecting this to be the way it is tonight. I sense the burden of our superintendent, feeling like he's the burden. I talk to teachers all the time. The way I think all of the town councilors should go back and watch this on Zoom and see what it looks like when all the other departments are up there and we're joking around and what do you need and explain why you need that staff and we're joking and we're supporting and we're thank you, you guys are great. And then it's like this guy gets up here and he's like on the hot seat. He can't even propose an override. So if we have a tenured council and we have a younger whatever school committee, then maybe they need to be guided. Maybe guys come to us with an override if you need this. We're at the joint budget subcommittee. So anyway, I digress. I just thank you for all you do, Mr. DeGear. It's been 16 years since Franklin's passed an override. In 2008, we were ranked in the bottom 50% of towns for school spending. Currently, in 2023, we're now at under 20% compared to other towns in Massachusetts. Not the envy of other towns. This is the absolute bare minimum mandated by the state. It's embarrassing, especially as our wealth has continued to rise. To be clear, Franklin is in the top 13th% of wealthiest towns in Massachusetts. We pay in the bottom 20%. I also want to mention our investment in our educators' salaries, which is decided in collective bargaining, not in this is how much we have. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know how to manage a union that's very strong, and when teachers come with lots of data, I see them striking all over the place, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to be held to a number. So maybe politically it wasn't done right. Somebody should have said, hey, heads up, they're demanding more, but it just, whatever. Franklin teachers have received an average raise of 1.8% over the last 18 years, including the most challenging years of their career during the pandemic. 2019, 1%. 2020, 1.5. 2021, 1.5. The average teacher salary in Franklin is $10,000 below Foxborough, $8,000 below Mansfield, $5,000 below Milford. I'm proud that they advocated for themselves. We're at a tipping point. We don't want the support of the schools to come at the expense of other departments. I've watched every FinCom meeting, I've watched every town council meeting. I listen, I know what the other departments need. These guys are like have a long history with our superintendent. I watched them engage, and I think we are one Franklin. I think that you guys have a little PTSD from the last time we tried to do an override in 2007. We've got a really strong community. We're ready to make this happen for you. So I do HR consulting for the private sector. The Great Resignation is all I talked about for the last 3 years. Trying to retain and recruit people is impossible. So to think that, you know, during the collective bargaining process there wasn't going to be some give, it's just unrealistic. So there's a lot, it's sort of unprecedented times. And our home values continue to grow and grow. I know some people say they're not wealthy in the community. That's fine. On paper, we are. A lot of people's wealth is wrapped up in the equity of their home. So, but the schools are the #1 reason people move here, and we've refused to do better. I don't believe Franklin wants to be that bottom 20%. I think it's embarrassing and shameful. And I'm just going to quickly read a list of towns that pay more than we do, that I pulled out of the statistics. Topsfield, Holyoke, Amesbury, Norwood. This is local contribution. Brookfield, Marlborough, Millbury, Stoughton, Tewksbury, Saugus, West Boylston, Webster, New Bedford, Chicopee, Uxbridge, Medway, Plainville, Lowell, Chelmsford, Norton, Milford, Everett. I gave us a bunch because I didn't want to pick on one particular town, but I went to towns that I thought people would think, oh, you know, we pay less than them. So, thank you.
Sue Cass, 146 Long Hill Road. I know everybody on the council knows I'm not a Christmas.
We appreciate that you're always here.
I did not come with prepared notes. I wasn't expecting to speak, and I don't actually like public speaking, but I feel compelled to say something tonight. I think Hobie hit the nail on the head at the very beginning of all of this. We don't have enough money. I'm retired, I'm on a fixed income, and I didn't start out with a lot of money. But I can't imagine anyone in his right mind thinking that we can go forward and go forward and go forward without increasing the amount of money available for the services we want in this town. That includes school, that includes fire, it includes the police, it's all of them. And you say one Franklin, that is one Franklin. I spent much of my professional career taking care of children, so my heart goes with children always. But it's the whole town, so I will keep this short. I would offer as a challenge to every person in this room to go from here and get at least 3 other people that you know and challenge them to help pass a real override, not a little piffly one, but a real override. I know there are people who really feel financially concerned, if not strapped, if not simply can't imagine paying any more for anything. But we don't really have a choice, and I think we need to face that now before it gets any worse. We can't keep expecting all of these departments to cut, and do with less each time, because it doesn't work that way, and sooner or later, we do reach the tipping point. Now we're there, so everybody, talk to your neighbors, talk to your family, talk to everyone you can, and get them to come out to vote, because that's what we really need. Thank you.
Okay, I know I had my time to talk, but I was too nervous. But now I'm up here.
You're fine.
So, thanks. My name is Becca Jones. I'm an 8th grade student at N.E. Sullivan Middle School. I don't really have anything to add on. I just felt it was kind of important to get another student's perspective on all this. So, you know, me and my siblings are all really involved with the musical and arts programs in Franklin High School. And I'm going into the high school next year, and all of my electives are part of these programs. And one of them was chorus, and it's kind of disheartening to hear that there's so much problems with budget and like stuff within chorus, and I might not be able to get the full extent of what I could have received. And I know there's not much that can be done about this, and I know this isn't really the place to go to for this. It's just, you know. And I do want to say again, all the programs I've done in middle school with the music and arts have really just been really beneficial. I did Footlighters with Beauty and the Beast Jr. I was Maurice, the old man. And honestly, it was a really great place to like build community and just get closer to so many people. But I also learned a lot about theater from that program. Like, this might be something I want to do into adulthood now, because it was something I found that I really enjoyed. And I don't know if it's all true, but I've heard some stuff about there possibly being some cuts with that, and jazz band and other stuff like that. And I have friends in those programs who are all really scared that this thing that they love is going to get taken from them. So, yeah.
Is there,
So I just wanted to say something quick because it sounds like with the town needs more money, but here's one thing that sadly gives me hope. So every single year that I've been involved in the community, music is out there. They're targeted every year. Cut a little bit of that, cut a little bit of that. Now I hear they're digging into football. Maybe we can get an override.
arts and athletics, always.
There you go.
Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like an opportunity to ask a question or make a comment on schools? Is there anyone out in Zoom land that would like to?
I've fallen asleep.
They're all asleep.
They're all
Take this little Z thing going across.
You know.
They're all asleep.
I have a few questions of my own. What?
Fabiana?
Oh, I'm sorry.
They just put up their hand.
Okay.
Sorry. My apologies.
Fabiana
I think so.
If you would unmute yourself.
Hello, good night. Thank you for everything. I just want to share something really quick. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to be here and understand how this process works. And it's obvious that we are all very passionate about our town. It's almost midnight and we're still here. And when we talk about education, the emotions are high. But I think that the council have been really transparent and I really appreciate it. We don't have the money. Okay, we got it. I think we can also take this as an invitation for the community to come together and find new solutions to old problems. And I think we can. We are here now, and I just wanted to share that. I appreciate everyone's comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in Zoom land? Okay, I'm gonna keep mine very, very short. I have a couple of specific questions that I'd just like. What's the projected status of the school revolving fund surplus at the end of FY '23?
You can answer that.
I would say by the end of '23, we'll probably have close to, including food service, 8.4 million, roughly.
And under the current town administrator's proposed budget, and I'm going to take it a half a step back and say, with his Plan B, which is the 2.5%, which gets you 1.8 million. What's the projected surplus at the end of FY '24, or what would it be? And if you need, I mean, we're here tomorrow, so if you need, I just kind of like to get an idea as to what would be left in those revolving accounts. And my concern, and again, for those of you who don't know, I served 10 years on the school committee, and I chaired it for 8 in the 90s when we were the fastest growing community in the state of Massachusetts. I've been through overrides. Under my tenure, pay to ride came in, pay to play came in. So I get it all. My concern is the strategic planning that needs to be done to put a proper override question to the community. And that takes time, and it takes effort to put it together.
And to win.
And it's our job as a council to agree to put a question on the ballot. It's the school department, or the fire department, or the police department, or a combination of DPW, or a combination of all, to request to the council that an override is needed. The time and effort that's needed to put that plan together is daunting. And some of you are probably very much tuned into it. Some of you are probably not. Because involved in that is, if you put an override question out at the end of the year or the spring of next year, you put an override question out, you're not going to be able to come back with an override question in 25. You're not going to be able to come back with one in 26. You get one shot. Now, my concern as we move forward, if we look at the salary increase in the school department for FY23, it's a $3 million increase in salaries, which is the biggest part of the budget. And Jamie answered the real question in a slide presentation, and my concern is, how do we make that sustainable? It's not just dealing with it right now. It's how do we make it sustainable going forward? And we also know that next year we've got another increase, the same. And the next year we've got another one. And I'm not saying that the teachers and the unions that got the 4, 4, and 4 didn't deserve it. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, how do we sustain those numbers? And that's part of building the strategic plan to put an override question to the community. What is that number? What does it include? Does it include roads? Does it include additional police? Does it include additional fire? What does it include for the schools? What is that number? That could be a daunting number destined for failure because of the number. So I think we need to take just a half a step back and look at how we build that strategic plan. And the way we do that, in my opening statements, I made comments about coming together. And I've met with Denise and Lucas, and Jamie and I have met a couple of times talking about planning moving forward and how important the Joint Budget Subcommittee can be, because that's the group. It's the Budget Subcommittee of the schools, Budget Subcommittee of the council, Budget, and the Finance Committee, and a group from the Finance Committee. That group of people are the people looking at the numbers every day. And we need to be looking out, not just 1 year, not just 2 years, not just 3 years. We need to be looking out 5 years.
5 year outlook.
And we need to figure out what that number is, and then it's up to the community to sell it. The last debt exclusion that passed was the high school. I was an integral part of that. But I can tell you, I was out in homes, speaking to groups for 6 months. Passed 3-1. But you have to do the work. And that takes a grassroots organization. And it takes a grassroots organization that needs to begin that process soon, just to be ready when the Joint Budget Subcommittee and the Town Council come up with a number that we can feel comfortable with, that's not daunting to the community, but yet satisfies some of the needs that we have. Because as I said early on, it'd be nice to say, yep, we'll give everybody everything they want, but that's not realistic. So we have to develop this plan, and I believe I know it takes time, and it's going to take a lot of hard work from not only the school committee, the town council, the administration, both on the municipal side as well as the town side, to look out 5 years and say, okay, these are our needs. Because one of the things I've said to many people is right now, and I think Councilor DeLocco mentioned it early on, we're dipping into the residents' pockets 4 times this fall. This fall, without any of this. Stormwater, the Beaver Street Interceptor, the COLA, Tri-County.
Tri-County.
Those are dips into every taxpayer's pocket. So I think along with this is the strategy to when is the best time to do this? And certainly that takes planning as well. But we can do it. We are one Franklin. And as every person sitting on this council feels the exact same way. There's not enough money right now, as Councilor Frangillo alluded to. The pot just isn't big enough. We have to deal with the pot that we have right now. And if we can get if we can get the school department to the Plan B, which is the 2.5, Jamie's Plan B, to the 2.5% that gets you to the 1.8, can we get through the year? And then we look to building what we need to do and then go out and bring it to the community. Will it pass? Hey, who's got a crystal ball? Nobody. But I think if we do our homework and do it right and prevent stats that are real and that people understand, that it will give us the best opportunity to increase the dollars that we have to distribute and to allocate throughout the community. It's late.
I'm gonna be up in 4 hours.
And I apologize for the late hour, but I didn't want to stop the school department discussion in the middle. So, and I apologize for all the departments we didn't get to, but at this juncture, unless, Jamie, do you have anything that you want to?
The only thing, Mr. Chairman, is just, I think you have to close this hearing tonight.
I have to continue it, I believe.
Based on what you said earlier,
Yeah.
I would move to
Continue
continue this
it.
hearing and then close.
Close, right. So to get all this legalese correctly, because by law, we have to have 2 public hearings on the FY24 budget. Tonight, we've had 1, but we didn't complete it. So we will continue the first public hearing tomorrow night and immediately go into the second public hearing. After all questions have been asked of the other departments. So I don't think I need a motion to continue it.
I would to.
You would?
To 7 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, all right.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Undebatable, all in favor.
They love to do my job. Okay. All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor to continue the first public hearing till 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Please, let us just finish this up. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Non-debatable. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you one and all for